Kalau budaya yang kita lakukan di sana itu berdoa kepada leluhur, karena kita tuh percaya hutan adalah bapak kami, tanah adalah ibu kami, dan air adalah darah kami. Kenapa hutan kami sebut sebagai bapak? Karena hutan yang memberikan kami segala keperluan, ibaratnya kepala keluarga aja. Tanah sebagai ibu kami, karena tanah yang telah melahirin tumbuhan-tumbuhan yang ada di sekitar kami. Dan sungai, kenapa sungai itu sebagai darah kami? Karena ibaratkan darah di dalam tubuh manusia, apabila tidak mengalir maka kita akan mati. Hutan tanpa ada aliran sungai akan layu, tanah tanpa ada aliran sungai akan kering. Begitu juga kita manusia gitu kan.
Toraja itu jadi identitas saya, dan itu orang kadang kalau sudah tahu orang Toraja sebelumnya dia akan buat framingnya. Karena Toraja cukup terkenal dengan kerasnya, ramahnya juga iya. Jadi nilai-nilai itu yang harus kami pertahankan.
Baduy ini jangan sampai hilang, jangan sampai punah, dan harus dipertahankan sampai kapanpun.
Dengan meleknya kepedulian saya mengenai budaya itu tidak luput dari tangan ibu. Ibu bukan memaksakan, tapi ibu melihat anaknya, berarti mengarahkan.
Menceritakan keunikan-keunikan Indonesia itu beragam. Lewat budaya kita memperkenalkan nih nilai Indonesia. Ya kan, dibilang dari Sabang sampai Merauke, ya kan, berbeda-beda tapi tetap satu.
Kulo Anissa, kulo saking Pemalang, Jawa Tengah. Sakniki kulo nyambet damel wonten sawijining perusahaan swasta teng Jakarta.
Kenalkan, nama aku Oktavia Rumkatmenasi, tapi biasa dipanggil Yesi. Aku berasal dari suku Dayak Iban Sungai Utik di Kalimantan Barat.
Nama saya Mangata Todingalo, saya besar di Toraja, ibu saya dari Tanah Toraja, bapak saya dari Toraja Utara. Saya sekarang tinggal di Jakarta, berkegiatan sehari-hari sebagai konsultan dan pengacara.
Nama saya Sukma, saya tinggal di Kampung Cipondok, daerah Baduy, Desa Kanekes, Kecamatan Luidamal, Kabupaten Lebak, Banten.
Ya, nama saya Mumu Papua dan saya berasal dari kota Serui, dari Kabupaten Kepulauan Yapen, suku Sairere.
Kenapa sih budaya cinta hutan dan alam itu harus menjadi bagian dari hidup kami anak muda? Karena kami hidup tergantung dari alam, dan alam ini bisa bertahan sampai saat ini tuh kenapa? Karena kami masih mempunyai budaya Iban yang masih kental sampai sekarang gitu kan.
Di Toraja itu ada rumah adat namanya Tongkonan. Jadi Tongkonan itu bukan hanya rumahnya sebenarnya kalau kita orang Toraja mengertinya. Bahwa ketika kita merantau dan kita gagal, itu kita ada rumah yang untuk kita kembali. Bahwa ada rumah ini yang harus dijaga, nama keluarga yang harus dijaga, dan itulah yang membuat kami harus tetap melaksanakan adat itu.
Kenapa Baduy itu harus kemana-mana jalan kaki Baduy dalam? Jadi di situ supaya ketahuan, ketaatan, keteguhan, kepatuhan, dari situ aja udah ketahuan. Sampai ke Jakarta yang 150 km itu ditempuh dengan jalan kaki, iya 4 hari ya kalau nggak salah 4 hari. Dia tetap jalan kaki.
Semakin merantau, makin jauh dari orang tua, ada suatu rasa bahwa aku kok kangen ibu yo, merasakan rumah itu seperti apa. Jadi bagaimana caranya rasa kangen itu bisa terobati dengan bumbu-bumbu yang ibu berikan waktu kecil. Bumbu-bumbu itu ya adalah ya lagu Jawa, kemudian nari, kemudian masak apa yang pernah dimasak ibu, dan itu tuh hampir setiap hari gitu loh, sampai saat ini. Dengan meleknya kepedulian saya mengenai budaya itu tidak luput dari tangan ibu.
Satu tradisi dari Papua yang memperkenalkan semua orang untuk bisa merangkul semua orang, bisa memanggil semua orang itu dengan cerita mob. Saya tidak mungkin mau terpaku dengan menceritakan daerah saya dengan yang penuh serius, penuh yang lain-lain ya. Untuk apa? Mendingan lebih baik cerita sesuatu yang menghibur tanpa melihat kasta. Siapa kamu, siapa dia, siapa saya. Entah kamu dari unsur mana, dari sudut mana. Kita nggak pedulikan itu. Mari sama-sama kita saling merangkul. Tidak ada perbedaan antara saya, kau, dia, dan dia. Semua sama di situ. Dan ingin membuktikan kepada semua orang di luar bahwa pandangan-pandangan orang kepada kami orang Timur, khususnya orang Papua, itu tidak seseram seperti yang mereka pikirkan di luar itu. Jadi inilah Papua, ternyata Papua unik loh, Papua lucu-lucu loh.
Ada falsafah Toraja yang membuat itu jadi identitas saya. To umbok kwai bukuna kayu buangin. Masyarakat Toraja adalah masyarakat yang pandai membelah kayu buangin itu pohon cemara. Makna filosofisnya adalah kita itu harus pandai melihat sisi baik dan menjadi mediator yang baik. Cekatan, kami harus pintar membaca suasana dan kami harus bisa survive. Nilai-nilai itu yang harus kami pertahankan.
Rasa kesatuan, persatuan dengan yang dikumandangkan seperti Pancasila itu benar-benar terasa gitu. Nanam padi itu bisa selesai 1 hari. Dengan apa? Dengan cara kegotong royongan gitu. Karena apa? Karena memahami kekurangan dan kelebihan. Saya menyarankan, mengajak untuk hidup sederhana. Hidup apa adanya, menerima apa adanya tanpa menghujat pada siapapun. Mungkin nikmat hidup ketemu dari situ dan artinya hidup itu ada di situ.
Ada orang-orang sekitar yang loh, gue apa tuh koyo gue ya, yang tidak setuju akan sebuah ide kita untuk membuat nilai-nilai budaya ini tuh bertahan. Apa yang penting itu ditanamkan. Ini udah nggak penting lagi, lo ngapain begini? Ini wes gak ono lah, itu bisikan-bisikan seperti itu kamu bisa nge-tackle-nya enggak itu dalam penyampaian yang baik tanpa adanya pertengkaran. Sebab kalau misalnya Indonesia tuh masalahnya di itu saja, maksudnya bisa toleran orang.
Yang saya sedihnya itu adalah mereka memodernisasi Toraja, bikin habit-habit apa yang tidak perlu dari kota dibawa ke Toraja dan mereka show off di situ. Itu yang menurut saya jadi tidak pas dengan budaya Toraja yang seharusnya, bahwa kita harusnya kumpul dengan keluarga. PR-nya kami anak-anak Toraja yang mungkin masih bisa sadar untuk itu adalah ya, kami kembali untuk memperbaiki Toraja, bukan merusak Toraja.
Kalau diperbolehkan orang-orang luar masuk ke Baduy dalam, nanti Baduy itu tercemar dan kotor. Kenapa? Karena tidak semua orang akan patuh terhadap aturan-aturan itu. Karena di sana itu mata air, itu hulu. Dan di hilirnya itu bukannya ratusan, ribuan, jutaan masyarakat yang ada di hilirnya itu. Seperti tanah kesuburannya berkurang, terus kalau plastik dibuang sembarangan nanti nggak busuknya ratusan tahun. Itulah yang bikin tanah kropos, tanah longsor segala. Kalau di Baduy Dalam longsor, apa yang terjadi di bawah sekitar kota Rangkas Bitung ini?
Aku nggak merasa budaya aku luntur karena aku masih tetap jalanin budaya walaupun aku hidup di sini, walaupun aku hidup jauh dari komunitas aku tetap mempertahankan budaya aku yang ada gitu kan. Ada acara aku selalu pakai pakaian adat aku, itu udah menunjukkan aku bahwa aku masih mencintai adat aku gitu kan, masih menghargai budaya aku. Jadi walaupun jauh tuh bukan suatu tantangan untuk kita meninggalkan budaya kita.
Kembali lagi ke hati ya. Nah, ini kompleksitas inilah yang kita nggak bisa membandingkan satu budaya, suatu daerah dengan daerah lainnya karena semuanya punya keunikan masing-masing. Nah, berarti dari sini kita tahu bahwa kaya banget nih kita tuh, kaya banget. Itu kok sangat disayangkan kalau misalnya tergerus sampai ada kepunahan. Wong Jawa dibentuknya ngene gitu. Tapi ya kamu punya sisi modern yang kamu sebagai wanita kamu nggak cuman manut-manut wae. Kamu harus bisa menyampaikan dengan caramu sebagai wanita modern bagaimana. Tapi orang ninggalke tata krama Jawa nih. Jadi kamu bisa menjadi intermediary di antara itu, tidak meninggalkan sisi kejawenmu, tidak meninggalkan juga sisi modernmu. Ini bisa dikomunikasikan dengan baik dan dari situ kamu punya keunikan sendiri menjadi sebuah wanita Jawa, Jawani, tapi bisa mimpin, bisa menjadi perangkul orang banyak. Itu sih yang dibutuhkan.
Nilai is an initiative to build a better Indonesia. Nilai believes that every individual has values that are upheld individually and is reflective of values upheld by the greater community. In 2020, Nilai distributed a nationwide survey to find these important values. Through teamwork and collaboration, Nilai managed to exceed the targeted 50,000 respondents. In 2022, Nilai is trusted to host the Values 20, V20. The Values 20 group is a global community of experts and practitioners who are actively involved with the Group of 20, G20, to advance its vitally important multilateral work. V20 was launched in 2020 with the purpose of deepening the understanding of how values can strengthen public policy. Previously, the V20 was held in Saudi Arabia and Italy. Becoming a host to V20 2022, Nilai now extends its hope globally to take on an important role and contribute on an international stage. V20 2022's key theme is Values at the Center, adapting Compass Education's framework of the Sustainability Compass. The V20 Summit will be held in October 2022, during which we will officially launch the V20 2022 Communique, which will cover value-based public policy recommendations in line with the G20 Indonesian presidency's theme of Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The road to the V20 Summit will feature virtual activities featuring values-based business and community activities leading up to October 2022. The V20 2022 Summit in Bali will be an exciting and joyful hybrid festival celebrating values in everyday life. It will showcase an array of meaningful events. Support Values 20 and be a part of our journey towards a more inclusive, sustainable, and compassionate global society.
We leave you with a look back at the highlights of a remarkable decade that has changed Australia forever.
The 2020s began in extraordinary fashion.
Work more regionally.
More work, more opportunity.
Solar and batteries would be ideal.
And build a sustainable society.
Today marked the first time that Australia has run on 90% renewable energy for an entire month.
That makes me feel really, really happy.
The government today announced it will follow the lead of other countries and live stream key policy discussions.
I think it's good. We need transparency.
Australians are now seeking out Australian-made and owned products. The ripple effect is that we are now seeing healthy farmers.
There's nothing like endangered animals in a landscape that's coming back to life to give all Australians a real heartbeat.
We can deal better with the world when we're connected to nature.
It's been amazing to see the change that's happened from the closure of the power stations to the renewable energy zones. The young people are starting to stay and find work.
This family right now are earning cash because their electricity service provider are paying them to use the battery in this ute as storage for the grid.
In a decade full of transition and tragedy, many Australians are finding renewed purpose in the regeneration of our social and ecosystems. Australians are starting to feel more secure.
This is a landmark day for our country. A day like this means that all of this work has actually meant something.
Respect is back, and our pride is back. Respecting the environment. From that gives us the strength to look to a brighter future.
If not me, who? If not now, when do we do it? It's never too late to stand up and take action together.
Kalau budaya yang kita lakukan di sana itu berdoa kepada leluhur, karena kita tuh percaya hutan adalah bapak kami, tanah adalah ibu kami, dan air adalah darah kami. Kenapa hutan kami sebut sebagai bapak? Karena hutan yang memberikan kami segala keperluan, ibaratkan kepala keluarga aja. Tanah sebagai ibu kami, karena tanah yang telah melahirin tumbuhan-tumbuhan yang ada di sekitar kami. Dan sungai, kenapa sungai itu sebagai darah kami? Karena ibaratkan darah di dalam tubuh manusia, apabila tidak mengalir maka kita akan mati. Hutan tanpa ada aliran sungai akan layu, tanah tanpa ada aliran sungai akan kering. Begitu juga kita
Good
manusia.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The event is about to start. Therefore, we're inviting all of you who are still in the foyer to enter the function room, to enter the ballroom. And please take your seats because the event is about to start. Thank you. Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, namo buddhaya, salam kebaikan, dan tentunya salam sehat untuk semua. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable invitees, members and committee of V20, media friends, and participants who are present here with us in Bali, and also those of you who are participating virtually from all around the world. Can we give and start with a round of applause for everyone here today? Yay! Let's keep the energy up, yes, and show some good spirit for this event. Great. Welcome everyone to the side event, Third Development Working Group Meeting, Sustainability Compass, Value-Based Approaches to Overcoming Global Challenges. My name is Melissa Karim. I am an Indonesian. I'm very happy to be here, to be with all of you, to be with this event where today we are going to start the conversation on important values, which will impact decisions making for global leaders in the future. What so-called global challenges is now not just another headline, but a reality that we have to live with in our daily lives. Global inflation, ongoing pandemic threats, climate change, the war, and so much more. And most people, including me, we're just too busy to make ends meet, too busy overcoming our own challenges, too busy thinking about the future that we forgot what's important, the values in our everyday lives, to be passed on to our children so we all can keep on going as humankind, human being. Values are what makes us human being. So today, we're going to enjoy a panel discussion moderated by one of the co-founders of V20, and then we are going to do a self-check. This is very interesting, regarding our personal values, which will be continued with another interesting activity, an assessment that we will all do together as a group. And later on, another co-founder of V20 will explain the vision of V20, which will be continued by a Q&A session. So, let's start the day, our event, by welcoming Dr. Fifi Yulaswati, MSc, the expert staff for the Minister for Social Affairs and Poverty Reduction, the Ministry of National Development Planning, Bappenas, Head of Indonesia SDG Secretariat, to deliver her opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Fifi Yulaswati, MSc, on stage.
Ms. Alexandra Askandar, Chair of the Forum Human Capital Indonesia, who joined us virtually. Ms. Pamela Doherty, Leads of Values Steering Committee. Ms. Alisa Wahid, Co-Sherpa of V20 2022 Indonesia Organizing Committee. Ms. Meike Malon and Mr. Yuri Yogaswara, the co-chairs for V20 2022 Indonesia Organizing Committee. Distinguished delegates of G20 Development Working Group, distinguished panelists and speakers, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. I'm delighted to partake of today's V20 side events for the third Development Working Group of G20 with the theme Sustainability Compass, value-based approaches to overcoming global challenges. Solving global challenges cannot be seen only from a rigid analytical perspective, but the process of internal awareness defining what is right and with strong and clear purpose to build a resilience over the time. Indonesia has developed 2045 visions, in which by that time this country celebrates its 100 years of independence. It is expected that Indonesia will become a high-income country. This isn't only for the sake of economy or jargon for a prosperous country. Implementing National Development Agenda also means achieving sustainable development. Alignment between the content and objective of the 17 goals of SDGs, therefore, has been done in Nawacita, the 7 National Development Agendas. It is also where it links with upholding the state philosophy Pancasila. Panca means 5 principles: the belief in one God, just and civilized humanity, Indonesian unity, democracy through consultations, and social justice for all. Pancasila have since become the blueprint to overcome any challenges of these countries. The relations between the Indonesia's 5 principles and values intertwine starts with us as an individual, community, and a nation to underline the intention, purpose, and behavior to become our own internal compass. The sustainability compass could become one of tools to assist us to interlink and interconnect between and amongst goals of sustainable developments. The interlinkages drive us to balance between the development for people, planet, prosperity, and peace through partnership. In Indonesia SDGs roadmap toward 2030, for example, we assess there are at least 43 targets out of 169 SDGs targets, and there are 17 targets of 9 goals that have strong influence to accelerate the SDGs achievement. The acknowledgement about this is important or relevant by this time because the remaining time achieving 2030 agenda is less than a decade. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now already in a decade of actions. In fact, only 8 years left to ensure that no one left behind. With all the implications from the pandemic, a collective action is needed more than ever. The government certainly can't work alone. It is together with central and local governments, philanthropies, NGOs, communities, universities, businesses, CSOs, youth, and the media, we will find solutions for the issues that impact all of us. Collaborations and concrete action, therefore, are another keywords to achieve the 2030 agenda on time. Here, where good values play important roles, seeing people not as an object to be measured or targeted with numerical values, but as a human individual striving for success. In this regard, the value could play as a grease of collaborations and creating catalytic impact of our efforts. Based on National Values Assessment in 2020, I think next slide, please. It involves then 50,000 respondents through online surveys because it's already COVID situations. The values that Indonesia has as a current values as well as the desired culture values are gotong royong or a mutual cooperation, and then democratic process and human rights. These values has been grown and nurtured in many communities. In Bali, for example, we could see everywhere the applications of the Trihita Karana. It's a local wisdom which guide the communities to harmonize the people, planet, and prosperity through peace and partnership. The hotel you stay, for example, cannot exceed the height of the coconut trees. The food you eat mainly coming from the organic farming, and you can go everywhere in Bali in peace. So I suggest you to go around, not only stay in Nusa Dua. So ladies and gentlemen, through V20, we should provide evidence-based, human-centered policy solutions to increase awareness of the significance of value-based policy for development. Contribution and recommendation of V20 for G20 2022 should be put in concrete action. I do hope through V20 we gain a deeper understanding of value-based policies, demonstrate the significance of the sustainability compass, and produce impact and human-centered policy and recommendations for the G20 head of states. The recommendation value for the prioritized issues of development working group, including such issue as recovery and resilience in developing countries, as well as in least developed countries and as IDS, the small islands countries. Also, issues of multilateralism for SDGs decade of action and other priorities that stated within the G20 2022 Bali updates. Lastly, I would like to thank Value 20 for its commitment and continuous involvement through G20 over the years. Let us observe and participate in this today's event, and while also advancing our sustainability effort. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om Rahayu.
Thank you, Ibu Vivi. You may please return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, continuing the event, we would now welcome our keynote speaker, Ibu Alexandra Askandar, the Chair of Forum Human Capital Indonesia, Deputy CEO of Bank Mandiri, to deliver her message virtually live from Jakarta, Indonesia. So let's welcome Ibu Alexandra Askandar.
Thank you, Mbak Melissa. Good afternoon, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to say thank you for having me as a speaker on today's agenda about sustainability compass, value-based approaches to overcoming global challenges, presented by V20 at G20 Development Working Group third meeting. I would also like to express appreciation for V20's co-chairs, co-sherpas, and all contributing teams for addressing the importance of values as the basis of public policy making in order to contribute in overcoming global challenges. On this occasion, I would like to share my point of view on the importance of values and our approach to implement it in SOEs. Humans have always liked routine. It makes us feel like we are in control. However, change is the only constant in life. As globalization and digitalization progress and change the ways of life for people in every nation, care must be taken that the changes go in a sustainable direction. And as we all currently experiencing and witnessing nowadays, global challenges have impacted businesses around the world. Recent changes in the business landscape are fast, massive, and disruptive. Turbulence in the VUCA era and Industry 4.0 have disrupted business in a lot of aspects, such as human capital management, business competition, and customers' behavior. Fresh new business models with new players are currently emerging as conventional businesses disrupted by digitalization. For example, Netflix with its streaming service that makes it convenient to watch movies anywhere, online transportation companies that help customers conveniently move around from one place to another with just one click away on their smartphone, banking super app that makes it easy to manage our finance through smartphones, and so on. Digitalization era has brought state-of-the-art technology and superior competitors in the market. Happening at the same time with those challenges, in line with G20's theme, recovers together, recover stronger, our global economy is currently recovering after the COVID-19 pandemic. We are also facing other inevitable challenges in forms of energy crisis, food crisis, climate change, geopolitical conditions with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and many other issues. Responding to these challenges and conditions, industry must be able to come up with a comprehensive transformation strategy that includes core values transformation. To remain relevant and sustain through these ever-changing challenges, we have to respond it in the best possible manner. So the question is, how do we do that? Values play central role in a lot of aspects in our lives and the sustainability of it. However, the attention given to values seem too low given their central role. It is why, in conjunction with V20's goal, we in SOEs also want to lay particular stress on the importance of values-based policy and practices which can improve sustainability. I personally believe and agree that values play important roles in tackling global challenges. Values matter because they have a direct impact on the long-term viability of any organization. Research by S&P stated that long-living companies that survive in the long run are those with strong core values. These values are the spirit that drives the energy to achieve sustainable and excellent results. This is why having and nurturing values in SOEs are very important. However, the highly diverse values that each of SOE had in their own organization curb our own growth. Responding to this situation, the acceleration of value consolidation in SOE organization was deemed necessary, and as of 1st of July 2020, Akhlak was launched as the core values for all SOEs. In formulating our core values, we took 3 things into account. First is source of values. Values should not be invented. It should come from within the organization itself. It will allow us to keep and nurture what is already inside us and stay true to our identity. Second, bottom-up and top-down process. A top-down process to building organization values no longer works. For example, COVID-19 has expanded how leaders interact with employees and how coworkers connect with each other. This is why in SOEs, our values were built not only through top-down approach, but also through bottom-up approach. And the third one is relevant. Values must resonate with our needs. When a company or an institution grows, the values we wrote early on might not be completely relevant to where we have arrived. As new opportunities and challenges arise, we may need to update our values. Now that I have explained how we formulated our core values Akhlak, and as a board member of Bank Mandiri, a state-owned company, please allow me to also share how in SOEs we see values as our organization's DNA and how we implement our core value Akhlak in the company. But first, I would like to describe what Akhlak actually means. We have A for amanah. It is the ability to fully committed to the given trust. K is for competent or competent, is how we continue to learn and develop our abilities. H for harmonious or harmonious. It is how we care for each other and respect differences. And L for loyal. It is how we give our dedication and put the nation's interests above anything else. And A for adaptive, it is how we strive to innovate and stay enthusiastic whenever we encounter changes. And the last one, K for collaborative, it is how we synergize. We believe that if we embed Akhlak as our core values into our policy and its making process, it will create a direct effect. Whether it is on people factors such as employee engagement and motivation, or productivity factors such as product and customer service quality, thus helping us to create sustainable organizations that are always ready to overcome global challenges. For example, it can be seen here that since the launching of Akhlak in 2020, SOEs have seen significant and positive growth in several aspects. For example, SOEs consolidated net profit after tax experienced 869% growth from 2020 to 2021. SOE's contribution in tax, non-tax revenue, and dividend grew by 68 trillion rupiah from 2020 to 2021. And our debt to capital ratio decreases by 4%. As a strategic partner of Ministry of SOE, Forum Human Capital Indonesia plays a role in supporting core values akhlak in SOEs through several programs. Since the launching of akhlak, Forum Human Capital Indonesia has been participating actively in akhlak program. This year, Forum Human Capital Indonesia collaborated with Ministry of SOE to compose akhlak implementation guidance or akhlak culture journey for all SOEs. Akhlak culture journey strategically explains evaluation guidance for akhlak core values implementation in SOEs so that each SOE can conduct self-assessment to have a comprehensive understanding about its stages. The initial stage is when SOEs have introduced and raised awareness of the employees about akhlak. Next stage, we can see how intervention are actively done by SOEs to the employees through the leaders' commitments, company management, and the use of supporting symbols or attributes. Further than that, acceptance stage is when we can observe how much employees understand, accept, and influence others about akhlak. And lastly, when we can see how akhlak core values are embedded and reflected on employees' daily activities, that encourages conducive work environment that gives positive impacts to the business. With this culture journey, SOEs are able to assess how mature their organizations are towards implementing akhlak and how to strategize further action to fill in the gap. To further activate akhlak all around SOEs, beside akhlak implementation guidance, we also have several programs designed to improve SOEs' employees' engagement. Now, I will bring you to see deeper into the implementation of akhlak core values in one of Indonesia's SOE, Bank Mandiri. Around 24 years ago, Bank Mandiri was created out of a merger of 4 banks with different portfolio and culture. So up to this point, Bank Mandiri is already familiar with continuous transformation in terms of business and company culture. In 2020, aligned with the Ministry of SOE, we implemented akhlak as core values of the company. Bank Mandiri is currently aiming for one ultimate goal: to be undisputed market leader, to be preferred financial partner. This is a very big dream for us to achieve, especially with all these challenges in front of us, from the competition with fintechs and digital banks, the changing dynamics of customer behavior, the economic recovery after COVID-19 pandemic, and many other challenges in the financial and banking sectors. To reach our ultimate goal and overcome all these challenges, we believe that core values, internalization, and implementation play a very important role. After 2 years of implementation, Bank Mandiri has constantly been promoting and embedding the spirit of akhlak on every aspect of the company. From the banking business strategy, we believe that our strengths in business must be supported by strong people, system, and core values-based culture management with prudently aggressive gesture. From the human capital strategy, we enforce akhlak core values to be included in every scope of our human capital policy, including talent management, employee value proposition, leadership development, and so on. So that the understanding of akhlak core values is embedded on each individual's mindset to influence their daily activities. It is strongly emphasized that it must come to our common realization that to accomplish this goal, all Mandirians, that is what we call each other in Bank Mandiri, have to be trustworthy in performing their roles, competent in their fields, harmonious among each other, loyal with the bank and the country, adaptive with changes and challenges, and collaborative to attain our common goals. Although there are still plenty rooms for improvement, these strategies have given positive impacts on Bank Mandiri's business, and it showed in our 2020 mid-year's performance. Bank Mandiri succeeded in achieving 20.2 trillion rupiah net profit, growing 61.7% year-on-year, along with 1,786 billion rupiah asset, growing 13% year-on-year, and 1,138 billion rupiah consolidated credit, growing 12.2% year-on-year. We believe that these numbers are only possible to reach due to our spirit in embedding akhlak in our daily activities. Some of our akhlak internalization approach examples are culture network team to accelerate the implementation of core values as the basis of company culture. Not only being role models, members of this team are also responsible to be change agents that influence others below them. Secondly, we also have sustainable individual performance management system. We aim to generate healthy growth for an organization by balancing achievement with a good working attitude that is measured with akhlak. Also, we have culture on performance as a learning tool that we are currently developing to set, measure, and monitor the effectiveness of our culture program in supporting business focus to achieve the best performance. We understand that value is an intangible concept that is not easy to grasp, but we must remember that it is also about what is valuable, what is fair, what constitutes right and wrong, who deserves that what, and similar ethical matters. So, although value is not easy to grasp, we must always understand that it plays a central role to our behavior. Understanding that values are able to drive the way in which an organization can tackle global challenges, and then applying our rigor and ingenuity to working with it, it is a better way forward. Thank you. I will now hand back the agenda to Ms. Melissa Karim. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ibu Alexandra Askandar. Terima kasih Ibu Sandra. After listening to her, we're going to continue with our event. So, ladies and gentlemen, when I was first contacted by the organizing committee to be a part of this event, my first reaction was, I never knew that talking about values was a thing. I never knew, as a commoner, that a bunch of people, revise, a bunch of smart people from all around the world annually get together and talk about values. Obviously, I spent too much time on Instagram scrolling about the Kardashians instead of reading, proper news. So I didn't know, but at the same time, I was so excited that I want to be a part of this event, to talk about what's important for us, to talk about values. So, as informed earlier, we will now enjoy an exciting panel discussion about values, introduction of V20, and linkage to SDGs achievements. So without further ado, let's welcome the moderator on stage, one of the co-founders of V20, who flew all the way from Australia to be with us today. So I think he deserves a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Christophe Dembek.
Selamat siang, ibu-ibu, bapak-bapak, teman-teman. Unfortunately, this is as far as advice in my bahasa Indonesia goes. Sorry for that. It's my great honor and pleasure to be here with you on this beautiful island. And I wanted to take you on a short journey to explore three things. To explore the story behind V20s and what V20 is and why it exists. To explore a bit deeper what values are. We have so far already seen the importance of values and the role of values for achieving SDGs. And we've got 8 distinguished guides and panelists that will help us in that journey. And these are Ibu Dima Al-Sheikh, the founder of V20. Dr. Ghazi bin Zager, founder of V20 and Sherpa of V20 2020. Dr. Mandip Rai, the co-founder of V20. Ibu Fabienne Michaud, the director of United Nations SDG Impact. Bapak Diamond Gamo, the co-founder of Regent Studios. Ibu Marisa Facu, the co-chair of V20 2021. Bapak Stefano Petti, the co-chair of V20 2021. And Ibu Alisa Wahid, the co-sherpa of V20 2022, who is here with us in person. Can I invite you here to join us, Ibu Alisa? Thank you. So let's start our journey, and let's start with Ibu Dima and Dr. Ghazi and Dr. Mandip. Let's start with the story behind V20. So what is V20 and how did it come to life? Dima, can I ask you to start?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good evening, good morning. The story behind V20. Can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you.
In 2020, just before the reality of the pandemic hit the world, Saudi Arabia was hosting the G20 with multiple activities happening and multiple engagement group and active citizens showcasing some efforts that could raise up to become a public policy on a global level. And there has been a very active community of practice in Saudi Arabia in collaboration of multiple global entities. Initiatives, the beautiful initiatives such as Akhlaq was witnessed. Multiple national values assessment following many methodologies was there. Saudi Arabia is and was a nation that goes into drastic transformation with the support of the most brilliant minds around the world. Then that was a thought regarding taking that practice into a higher level of impacting public policy. As our beautiful host just said, nobody was aware that the talks of values was very common and very much welcomed in multiple entities in the private and public and non-for-profit sector. Things that would enhance the culture, the work environment positively towards achieving better results. We witnessed those practices that could easily be impactful on a public policy level. That would be a values-based policy, evidence-based policy, backed by data and backed by progress and backed by witnessed growth. Then the pandemic hit us. It wasn't an option anymore. Aligning those forces of beautiful mind, the community of practice in the values arena, whether they are social economists, social scientists, leaders of different entities and multiple disciplinaries, need to sit together, need to come to impact the leadership by values, the well-being that would enhance the global community. And then what would be better than the G20 as a platform to adapt those policy recommended. The G20 was the best chosen platform because of its adaptability, because of their ability to communicate on a regular basis, and the result orientation that leads the G20 decisions. Usually you can see results faster than any other engagement group. So we have this tendency to be active on a multiple nation level, just to take it to being an active global citizen within multiple civil societies around the globe. Whether it's a G20 country or non-G20 country, you are welcome if you do believe in the values-based approaches and values enhancement approaches. So we started listen to the voice of the world during our engagement and working groups. What people fear, what guide them. We started to discuss common grounds, what unite and how embrace the diversity of values. And as you say, as everyone believe, values should come within. It's not something that is enforced, and then we should then focus on what is common. We shed the light on values of environments of rapid technology changes and transformation. And we have heard and shaped the values of people and discussed what can be done to increase responsibility and solidarity at scale. We have learned about values-driven leadership, approaches, especially in the time of the transformation. So we have came across many examples in the last 3 years, examples that could be taken to another level, being adapted on multiple, not only nations, but even big entities and big corporations that would enhance and increase the quality of the life of thousands, if not millions of people. We are happy that this effort is continued, and we are happy that this effort is adaptable regarding the drastic change that the world is going through right now. I hope as a vision for V20 is that it would be the continuous support, not only for the G20, but for the other engagement group in identifying values-based best practices and capitalizing on them, leveraging them to be adapted and enhanced by multiple nations and multiple organizations. Thank you for this opportunity, and I wish you all the best in this event.
Thank you, Dima. That's a great story. And indeed, probably never more important moment for values than now, when we have to address so many crises on so many different levels. As we said, values are important at all these levels. So, Ghazi and Mandeep, why Values 20? What is so special about values, and what does Value 20 offer to the G20 and to the world?
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for this opportunity. Great to see you in Indonesia. Great to see all of you in Indonesia, and thank you for hosting. The value of Garong Chai as service and consideration of others is how we'd like to start. In the sense that when we're thinking about values, we're really thinking about each and every person and how each and every person can grow into their very best selves. So it's like a virtuous cycle upwards. We start this really by talking about values with our children to create that infrastructure that used to be provided through a rigorous platform of, say, spiritual practices, or it'd be provided by a strong and steady home. But what we're finding is that more and more people have become lost in the plethora of information we're receiving and the lack of a steady grounding and basis. And so in that light, we have, as Dima has explained, over the course of several years now, started looking at what could this values-based infrastructure look like. And so bringing in values, all kinds of values, from all parts of the world, and really celebrating the best of each of us in order to then find how we can interact with one another with greater harmony, greater peace, greater trust, greater responsibility. So it's almost as if when you nourish the core of yourself, you're able to also provide a steady, secure nourishment for the person in front of you. So when we're talking about the larger challenges that the G20 is facing, it's as if we have built a values-based infrastructure to put within the home of the G20, so that when they, or when we together are facing the global challenges, we can do this with the grounding and the wisdom and the compass, so to speak, to know in which direction we together should flow, rather than having a multiple different influences and being conflicted. It produces harmony. And so we've seen that in practice over several years. And our collaboration with G20 really came about because you can see that if you're looking at facets such as the W20 or T20 or Y20, women, technology, youth, then all of this is encompassed within that foundation of the V20. And it's almost as if the G20 would sit upon the V20 and all these other dimensions are then providing the infrastructure.
If I may take that same question and take it from a different angle, an angle that emphasizes the history of the G20. So if we take what Dr. Mandeep is saying, where in many ways there's something very human to all of us, and it's very much about the core of what we are. And then now attempt to explore why it's important to make that institutional and grow it from the level of individuals to institutions, to the level of nations, and indeed in bridge building between nations until it becomes a global phenomenon. Looking at the history of the G20, it was all about coordinating human efforts to make crises less prevalent, particularly in the financial arena. But it wasn't but a matter of time until we realized that we cannot make financial crises disappear unless we widen the circle and become more holistic. And so in the history of the G20, that was a movement from focusing on finance to economics. And then in a matter of time, we realized we have to be socio-economic about how we address human dilemmas. And in the coordination, once we become socio-economical in the way we want to analyze, it all becomes about human aspirations and human values. And in so doing, the G20 quickly realizes that we must go beyond common interest in aligning economic realities to common values so that we can also achieve better governance in the world, which would make crises disappear. And if we are to become relevant, not just at a high level, but to individuals and communities worldwide, then the efforts of the policies that we make and draft must also translate to a better quality of life. At all three levels, we see we're talking about values that matter for economic prosperity, values that matter for better governance, and values that matter for quality of life. This is why we believe it's very timely to launch the V20 and integrate it into the journey of the G20.
Thank you. That's very profound words and greatly said. At the core, really, we are all about human aspirations, and G20 is about human aspirations, and all these takes values on these three different levels. And V20 provides, as you said, Mandeep, the infrastructure for this, and is really relevant, therefore, for all aspects of G20 and all the engagement groups. So with that, Fab, can I take it to the Sustainable Development Goals? You lead the United Nations SDG Impact Initiative. What's your take on the importance of values for achieving SDGs? I think we have some technical issues. Can we solve it? It's always the same with technology, isn't it?
Should we help in the meantime with the question?
Okay, so I don't think we will be able to solve that, unfortunately. So let's take it to the next point. And the next point is we have crisis on different levels. We have crossed on different levels the planetary boundaries. And we'll hear from later today the results from an analysis of previous communiques of the G20, when the acknowledgement of this and the acknowledgement of this core, that in the core it is really about human aspirations, hasn't always been that pronounced. What really helps us realize that is regeneration. And our next panelists couldn't, unfortunately, be here in live with us because of the latest changes in his schedule. But he left us a message, a video message, about regeneration and how regeneration can be used for together within values for achieving SDGs. Can we have the message from Diamond, please?
Hi everybody, my name is Damon Gamo, and I just wanted to quickly talk about what regeneration means to me and why I think it's really our only meaningful pathway forward. I think we've gone past our ability to live sustainably. We've done too much damage now. We actually need to regenerate and repair the damage that we've done. So sustainability is a lovely goal, but regeneration is how we're going to get there. And the great metaphor obviously is what's happening in agriculture. We move away from fighting nature, controlling nature, to working with nature, rebuilding the soils, improving the quality of the foods that we produce, holding more water, creating more biodiversity. That regenerative practice that's happening in that particular industry really needs to happen across a whole range of industries if we're going to get to the places we want to get to. I've just taken a film called Regenerating Australia, right around the country to 62 towns. And we based it on a 4-month listening campaign, interviews with a really diverse group of Australians. And the number one thing we heard was that people were sick of having top-down decisions made about their regions. They were sick of not having a say when they understand the complexity and the nuance of their particular place and what needs to be done in their particular place. So given we've seen the fragility of this global system, we know it was designed in a period of very stable environment. We're now moving into a much more unpredictable environment. We really need to think about how we do empower people at the local level, localise without tipping into nationalism, but really empower them with energy sovereignty, food sovereignty, the products they make. It really is the only way forward. How we get them to coordinate and link and stay connected to each other, but also empower them in their communities. That's the number one thing that came through in our interviews. And we've had so many solutions submitted off the back of this film of people developing their own community ideas, their own community solutions, and they're phenomenal because people understand what needs to happen and the values of their unique place. And they're all different. Every single town has its own set of values. So why not empower them to make the decisions that are right for their area? Cheers.
Thank you. So this is really pretty powerful message. And regeneration is not only about restoring ecosystems, obviously, but really regenerating social, environmental, and economic life. Regeneration really shows us the way of how can we really achieve SDGs and the goal and the targets related to SDGs. And it provides a great platform for incorporating and using the power and leveraging the power of the very local values that are so diverse across the world. And I think Indonesia is, probably one of the best places to show how diversity can also unite. Regeneration is really a very good guide of how. And this is, I think, very important because often, at least in my work, I have met people who are really passionate about SDGs, are really passionate about sustainability, but are not so sure about how can we get there. And I think, regeneration really offers that clear path and links to the values and how to use them, the diversity of local values for unity also. And we embrace that very much in V20. And we also have a history of already in our short life of using and leveraging local values. And Marisa and Stefano, can I ask you to tell us a bit more about that? What you were the co-chairs of Values 20 last year. What did you do? Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Sure. Thank you, first of all, for inviting us to this wonderful event. So let me begin to answer your question, Chris, by sharing that during the V20 summit last October in Rome, we launched in Italy the Entrepreneurship Sports Generation. This is a great international project to select and promote startups through a competitive mechanism, like a large tournament made entirely online. This year, V20 will launch this competition in Indonesia too for the first time. So Indonesia will join the other 160 countries that are already part of it, including India, the country from which this competition started, thanks to its creator, Mr. Shiv Khemka, one of the V20 founders and the executive chairman of the Global Education and Leadership Foundation. Among the characteristics to be selected for this competition, the startups which participate must demonstrate their awareness regarding the impact that their company has in terms of sustainability. They need to explain how they intend to contribute to the advancement of the 17 sustainable goals through their people, products, services, partnerships, and supply chain. Right now, both in Indonesia and in Italy, we are in the process of selecting the startups that will complete and go to the national finals in September. The winners of the national level will then attend the Confederation finals in October, that is Europe for Italy and Asia for Indonesia. And the winners of this level will go to the global finals in December. As you can see, this project is intended as a global, national, and local human architecture. Our partnership ecosystems will promote and support active community engagement to stimulate conscious entrepreneurship at scale. In fact, this is an initiative that also promotes the creation of a network of collaboration at national and regional levels, with corporations which sustain startups in different ways, governments, institutions, academia, incubators, investors, and media. As Damon explained, we too strongly believe that getting to sustainability is possible if communities are empowered so that they can find local solutions while they are interconnected also to global communities. It becomes therefore clear why it is essential that at every level, global, institutional, national, and individual level, we become increasingly aware of what each stakeholder believes in, the values on which we make our decisions, inform and determine the impact we have not only on our businesses, on the field in which we operate, but also on the whole world. Now, Stefano, could you please describe the wider context in which the competition among innovative startups was launched last year?
Sure, Marisa. So let me zoom out for a moment to share what happened in 2021 when we were co-chairing V20 links to some of the key concepts we've been talking about so far in this panel. So as we know, 2021 was the second year humanity had to deal with the COVID-19, which was really an unpredicted, invisible threat that has disrupted the lives of billions of people, urging institutions and communities to face a sanitary emergency that has impacted socioeconomic relationships and which generated tragic outcomes all over the world. The challenges posed by COVID-19 have been addressed by mobilizing intellectual and financial resources that are highlighted really how different backgrounds can work together for common objectives. We believe that coordinated cooperation like this was possible because the work community is rooted in values, universal values that allowed, in this case, a swift response to this unexpected tragic global challenge. Now, could governments, institutions, and communities do better and be more effective in dealing with this crisis? Well, quite certainly so. However, to be fair, during 2021, we witnessed several examples of what can happen when actions are driven by some of these universal values and the positive impact this can have. Let's take value of sharing, for example, which concerns the joint use of tangible and non-tangible resources. There are lots of examples of how countries, institutions, local communities, the civil society, individuals came together around this value in the past 2 years, made decisions, and took actions that demonstrated a clear intent to help each other and the ability to play a non-zero-sum game for the greater good. We could mention global data sharing to contain and manage the diffusion of the virus, for example, sharing of resources between governments. In my hometown, during the hardest moments, people started to share food, masks, and other goods, something unseen before. And I'm sure all of us here could share amazing stories like this, stories of the unbelievable that becomes real because people understand that even though we are all different, values can really unite us. And there is no doubt that although the link with the SDGs was not necessarily explicit in this case, the concerted action driven by the value of sharing produced a direct contribution to good health and well-being and to reduce inequalities, two of the SDGs as we know. And that to me raises a very important question of how much more impactful we could be if we were a little bit more explicit and intentional in this process. Now, I picked the value of sharing since in 2021. It was, in fact, one of the key driving values that were identified to support the three priorities set by the Italian G20 presidency, which were people, planet, and prosperity. The other two values that we focused on in 2021 were integrity and solidarity. We are convinced that translating values into actions remains a fundamental thing to address global issues before the international community, including those linked with the SDGs. And as V20, we strongly support the need to continue the promotion of multilateral debates and decisions within the value framework, which blends our cultural heritages, institutional systems, and global aspirations for a world in which, in fact, no one is left behind wherever we live. So, Chris, back on to you.
Thank you. So it really shows that, again, it's very aligned with what we heard from Diamond, that empowering communities and bringing these local values and putting them together with the universal values like sharing, what Stefano said, is really so powerful across the world. And another thing is V20 is not only about policy advice, it's not only about constructing and advising working values-based policy, but it is also about action and converting words into action. We've seen that in Italy, and we are continuing it here in Indonesia. So, Alisa, can you tell us a bit more about what we are doing this year?
Okay. Thank you, Chris, and thank you for all the speakers before me. Interesting. Very interesting topic. Value is a very interesting topic. And I'm sorry, Chris, I'm going to just go off a little bit. I just remember when talking about how to bring traditional values or local values, local wisdom into bigger value system, I remember one principle that we believe in the traditional Islamic community in Indonesia. It's called, Dr. Asif, please correct me if I'm wrong. Al-mukhafadha ala qadimis sholih wa ahdu bil jadidil aslah. If we have a tradition, a good tradition, we should keep it, but we should not be afraid to embrace modernity if it brings better to community. So when we talk about values, what we need to do right now is aligning, realigning, and always evolving the values that we are currently employing to govern our lives. Yep. So the question after Italy, the V20 2022 Indonesian presidency team with the help, of course, with the co-founders and the international communities, we are thinking on how to convert this ideation, conversations, into real actions.
Yep.
That's the challenge, and that is why this is the focus of our work in 2022. We know that our complex world is like Bu Fifi mentioned, it's interrelated, interlinked, and this is a very complex one. There is no single factor to any context, and that is why we really need to understand that the system, this complex system, would largely determined by the mental models of the actors of the system, which is not single actor. That is why we need to bring all these actors of the system to make sure that we can comprehend, to develop a comprehensive values that would guide us into the future that we want in 2030 in regards to SDGs. So if we employ system thinking to talk about our system, then we would need to address the mental models of the actors, and these mental models is, of course, will be founded on the values, whether the values are clear values or irrelevant values for the common context, or whether we need to transform our values. That's the question. Like, for example, no one left behind is a mental model based on the values of inclusiveness and justice. Right? So in 2022, the V20 team is employing sustainability compass to make sure that we cover 4 dimensions that we feel extremely important to the future of the world. We know compass. Compass is about what's north, west, south, east. So north, we exchange that into nature. W is for welfare. S is for well-being, sorry, well-being. S is for society, and E is for economy. We believe that these 4 dimensions are most urgent and important dimensions that we need to address and to deep dive on the values so that we can move forward to a better world. And these four compasses for what is the
dimensions?
English word for the dimensions
yeah.
is of course aligned with SDGs goals, the 17 SDGs goals, and also the principles, the pillars of SDGs. The way we do the sustainable compass is by engaging stakeholders and actors from these 4 dimensions, bringing them together to collaborate. This is one of the pillars of SDGs, partnership, and of course one of the goals. Our hope is to bring these experts from different backgrounds, from global landscape, to work together on the values for well-being, the values on taking care of nature, the values in society that we want to develop in society, and the values in economic system. Hopefully, by bringing all these collaborators together, we will come up with a true and tested and effective, comprehensive, workable values that will lead us to a better future. And hopefully, when we finish the communique, we will present that communique to the head of states of G20, and hoping that those values will be will be implemented in other policies that they're making. This is what we're doing right now. I know this is very huge and ambitious, but I think with the engagement of so many people, so many experts, we're hoping
I very
to
much
contribute.
That's great. I really agree. And you know, it doesn't matter that it's huge. Actually, it should be huge because we are facing huge challenges that we have never seen.
Yeah.
So you know, the vision and the huge goals are something we definitely should pursue, and they should not scare us. And what you say, I think it's great to see also, because we talk a lot about collaborations and we talk a lot about partnerships and working together, but indeed, at the end of the day, it doesn't always work, and people don't know how to do that. And you know, SDG 17 is probably a good example of that, where you know it's a collaboration, but it's probably the least addressed, just because it's so difficult to do. So it's great to hear that you know, V20 is providing a tool for that.
Yes, because talking about values are always so, sometimes it gets so abstract, and how to put that into action. But we have an example from Ibu Alexandra, yeah?
Yes.
How to put values into a business institution. Hopefully, if we can do that in business, then we can do that in society, especially for achieving the sustainable development goals.
Yes, and another thing is the systems perspective.
Yes.
Yes, because yeah, everything, and again, this is something we often hear, everything is interconnected. We've seen the graph that, that was like a massive spider webs together, right, when we connect all the targets. And it's so difficult to enact this and really act upon this. But again, there is a clear path here with, you know, using values as building, and realizing that they are actually building blocks of the mental models that the actors of the system have. And through these values, we can preserve, change, and combine as we need to address all the challenges that we are facing. And I think this is really very, very important point, and an incredible value that Values 20 offers, right? So that's really fantastic. So, you know, summarizing what you've said and what we've heard from other people, from all other panelists and our guides, really, I would say V20 is like a gelling agent, right?
I agree to that.
That really provides tools and perspective and frameworks for bringing and knowing how to bring different actors together, and how to see the different systems and links between the different systems and act upon them. Something that is really very, very difficult to do otherwise, right? So that's the core thing, and it is converting also words into action in that way, and is relevant for every aspect of really of G20.
Yeah, yeah. Can I ask? Can I add something to this?
Of course.
I just remember this morning my mentor used to say that the longest distance to a long-term goal is the shortcut. We face many challenges in this world because we're taking too much shortcuts, and we need to go back to our fundamental values, because that is the way to sustainability.
I very much agree, and I would just add one last bit to it, which is time frame.
Time frame.
Yes, and that's a lot of, and I think a lot of values have time frame embedded in them. And another issue, very, very serious and universal issue that we have, is that we have become extremely short-sighted. So, and values will help us elongate the time frame that we use for decision making. And if we only achieve these, we are really well advanced on achieving SDGs. And we combine it with the path of regeneration is even more powerful. So, terima kasih. I think
Terima kasih, Pak Kris.
we will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Pak Kris, Ibu Alisa, kami persilakan kembali ke tempat duduk. Sorry for the glitch. Can we have another round of applause for my amazing speakers? Too much shortcut. But okay for short people, right, Bu Alisa? Yes, to small people. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue our event today. After enjoying a very insightful panel discussion, we are now going to be invited to do a self-check, which will be led by Diki Herlambang. Mas Diki Herlambang is an Associate Director with Daya Dimensi Indonesia. Also by Dr. Asif Chowdhury, Corporate Values Officer from Arawat Group, and also accompanied by me. So let's welcome the gentlemen on stage. Mas Diki Herlambang and Dr. Asif, please join me on stage. How are you doing, gentlemen?
Alhamdulillah, fantastic.
So good? Good. After the coffee break that everyone is enjoying right now. So, for this session, we're going to ask everyone to do a self-check. What does it mean, Mas Diki?
Can you hear the... I'm not sure this is it? Okay. Oh. Self-check. Still not. Oh.
That's a self-check.
That's self-check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Self-check is actually trying to look at the values. I mean, we've been discussing about values since this after lunch. And remembering my interactions with some of my clients, I quote his real quotes, his real words. Dick, I think value is important and necessary to talk about. But also I think value is a 30,000 feet above the ground topic. Enlighten me, please. Yes, for many people, talking about values, you really need to get to the basic first. How you understand values, where values come from, how it can become so much powerful for everything that we do. So that's self-check. Trying to understand what it is, where it is, and why it is important.
Okay, so what are we going to do today as a group to do this self-check?
All right. First, understanding the values itself. Second, I'm going to ask this room to share their own stories to each other. At the same time, on the online room, Dr. Asif and Melissa will lead the session, because what I would like you to do in this room is not able to be done online. Diet is not online. So online will have their own set of questions, pretty much the same questions, different interactions, just that. And we will go back here together in the main room for the brief.
Great, so we'll be separated for about 20 minutes?
Yeah.
10 or 20 minutes?
I will have 5 minutes to revisit what value is. Then we will have our diet for about 10 minutes, 5 minutes to
conclusion.
So yeah, 10 minutes lah.
All right. So Dr. Asif, shall we go to our online participants? Enjoy your session with Mas Diki. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
To the left. We go to the left, Dr. Asif.
Actually, you can stay here just for the first.
So just keeping in your mind, just you can choose the values that's resonating with you or connects with you.
All right, so we have a couple of questions that will guide you to pick top 3 and then make it smaller again, pick the most important value from all these 60 values that are showing on screen. So we have some questions guidelines. The first one, why do you believe that this value is important to you?
Yeah, that means whenever you're considering the three, as Melissa mentioned, try to think and ask yourself, why do you believe that this value is important to you? And also what you can do, you can recall a moment in your life when you really lived this value. So you can, really connect with the real life story. Also, you can ask yourself, what behaviors did you exhibit that support this value so that it can be more practical and realistic, not just answering for the sake of answering.
Okay. And continuing the question, to guide you, how might you react if this value was not being honored by others? Describe your feelings, your thoughts, your action. You might feel disrespected.
Yep.
You might feel unhappy, triggered, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And feel a little bit, working group, for example, we have a versatile participants we can see from all across the globe, from different age groups, and also different professions. So if you're interested, also you can consider this one. Like if you think about 17 SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, would you be able to relate to your three most important values to any one of those? So you can also consider, does it match with, suppose if you're the professionals, and can you correlate with one of them, two of them, or three of them with your values or not?
So here are the 17 SDGs. Do you remember them all? All the 17? Nobody, right? Me too. I keep trying, but I keep failing though. Okay, so you're looking at the 17 SDGs, and we're going to show again the 60 values to help you, to guide you, to pick the most important value to understand yourself. Why did we pick only 60 values? There are more values, right?
Yeah, it's like an ocean. There's uncountable values if you just keep on counting about individuals and also billions of people in this world, and they have the versatility and also uniqueness. But it's just like to start up with something with a concise way. So that's why there's no other particular reason behind it.
All right, just to help, basically, to help you
to pick and choose.
Okay, so you pick one, and then you can let us know in the chat box. Is it? There's a link. You can access this link to answer us. In understanding yourself, of course, let us know your most important values. Okay. You can access the link and let us know, because we're going to do like a small polling.
Yep.
So
yeah, that's the link you can see, and there's a code you just need to use.
At Menti, yeah?
Yeah, menti.com, and use the code 944-845-12 and just type it.
Type your values now. We'll see in the clouds which values get to be voted the most.
Yep.
Okay. What's my values here? I'm thinking, Dr. Asif.
If you ask me about my one, respect, pride, and happiness. To do respect for others, to be respected, to feel proud whatever I have, whoever I am, and also at the end of the day, I can be happy to make others happy.
So we are looking at courage, coaching, respect, just like yours, happiness, of course, forgiveness, well-being is also important, creativity, adaptability. Adaptability is very important during the pandemic, especially with the uncertainty that we have to live with every day. And compassion.
Yeah, a lot of things are coming up. We can see. You can see it there. Love, excellence, humanity, inclusive. Wow.
Well-being and happiness and creativity is leading the board.
Yeah, so far. So again, who are just joining, please visit www.menti.com. Use the code 944-845-12 and just tap on your value that resonates you or the one you're standing with.
That's great. And we're going to show your answers.
Yep. As a debriefing,
yes,
whenever we go back to the main hall.
All right. So wherever you are, you're actually participating in this event. Humanity, we can see well-being is still big. Trust and love.
Getting bigger and bigger.
Getting bigger. Love is getting bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah. How come nobody is typing money?
That's materialistic. Yeah.
But that's realistic. The realistic, materialistic.
Yeah. But that might not make you happy. So that's what people are seeking, happiness.
Oh, yeah.
With or without money.
Happiness, yeah. Real happiness.
You cannot buy.
I'm so shallow. Okay. Love, getting bigger. Is there a time limit to this? There's no time limit, so you can type as many values as you want. And later on, we're going to show it in the, back to the main area. And thank you everyone for participating in our little survey. Hopefully from this conversation today that we're being invited to understand our own values. It will help us to understand ourselves better.
Mm-hmm.
It will improve our life quality, not just for ourselves, but for our family, our surroundings as well, right?
True, exactly. It's more powerfully, enlightening.
Yes. Love is still at the center with compassion.
2020s began in extraordinary fashion.
Work more regionally.
More work, more opportunity.
Solar and batteries would be ideal.
And build a sustainable society.
Today marked the first time that Australia has run on 90% renewable energy for an entire month.
That makes me feel really, really happy.
The government today announced it will follow the lead of other countries and live stream key policy discussions.
I think it's good. We need transparency.
Australians are now seeking out Australian-made and owned products. The ripple effect is that we are now seeing healthy farmers.
There's nothing like endangered animals in a landscape that's coming back to life to give all Australians a real heartbeat.
We can deal better with the world when we're connected to nature.
It's been amazing to see the change that's happened from the closure of the power stations to the renewable energy zones. The young people are starting to stay and find work.
This family right now are earning cash because their electricity service provider are paying them to use the battery in this ute as storage for the grid.
In a decade full of transition and tragedy, many Australians are finding renewed purpose in the regeneration of our social and ecosystems. Australians are starting to feel more secure.
This is a landmark day for our country.
A day like this means that all of this work has actually meant something.
Respect is back and our pride is back. Respecting the environment. From that gives us the strength to look to a brighter future.
If not me, who? If not now, when do we do it? It's never too late to stand up and take action together.
Asked me to choose top 3 from the 60 visions, values on the vision board. My top 3 was wealth, wealth, and wealth. I chose wealth 3 times. Dr. Asif said, very materialistic. And I said, no, I'm just being realistic. Right, Dr. Asif? Would you like to tell our audience here the result of our online session?
Yes, it's a fantastic experience for the last 10 or 15 minutes. We had lots of versatile participants all across the globe from different professions, different age groups, and also we are very much appreciating about their eagerness and participation indeed. So whenever we explain them about the value they would like to correlate or they can correlate with, we inform them value is just like a mirror. Put yourself in front of it and see how do you feel, how far you can connect. Just identify yourself, who you are. Then they've tried to come up with their 3 values that they can reason it, and then we have gone through the cloud processing and we have found a couple of them that they have high frequency. And one of them is humanity, rightly so, why not? And also another one I can share with you from that list is love. And the third one I can just pick it up from their list is compassion. So indeed, after the COVID-19 situation, humanity, it's all about humanity, it's all about humanity, and we can't just win any sort of challenges, any sort of obstacles with love. We need to love each other to be loved as well. We need to show our gesture of humanity for the sake of humanity indeed. And this is the time for the compassionate, the journey to connect with. So it's a very good experience in terms of the individual values level that we came up with the last 10 or 15 minutes. And if I just can share with you for the corporate level that, we have worked since 2014 from the reward for Building Values company, and we have gone through the benchmarking, more than 15,000 corporates in the world. Surprisingly and interestingly also, one of their common core value is integrity. And it's rightly so. That means integrity in your business, once you are practicing as a value, that's going to accelerate your journey indeed. Thirdly, I'm just going to give you another reference in the national level or the country level. For example, recently we came up with the research work joint commission of Rwanda and also University of Western Australia. We have found the G20 member countries have 212 national values. And whenever we go through the common one, we found democracy is one of the top listed one. And what's that democracy is all about? It's all about of the people, by the people, for the people. Again, it's people-centric. So we can correlate that it's very important time to engage our people, utilize our older policies for the G20 or even entire world for the people and for the humanity. So it was a good experience indeed during the online section.
Humanity. All right. Thank you, Dr. Asif.
So this is the
result
of
the polling, the Mentimeter meter. Okay, Mas Diki, would you like to add something to that?
Not to the polling, but is there anyone here, just one, who would like to share? It can be about your experience, sharing your personal stories, or you can share your personal stories if you want. Anyone would like to share to the main room with everyone else? No?
Is there any prize to it?
Do you have any prize for that? I know.
I have free candies.
Okay. No, it's okay. Now back to Melissa.
Okay. All right. Now after the self-check, we would like to do an assessment. Can we please show the QR code on screen? I'm going to invite everyone to scan this QR code. And together we will do this assessment, right? Okay, hold on. How many questions will there be in the assessment?
There is only, you need to choose 10 of your most important values to you. There is nothing else.
Oh.
And you will have your report after that.
I see. I would like to take the test too. Okay.
That's a personal assessment, right?
Yes, personal assessment, that's right. So everyone will have to do their own personal assessment by answering top 10 values that is most important to you.
It's called PVA.
Okay, here it is.
This is it. So everyone, offline and online, you can scan, I need to move probably. You can scan the QR code and take the value assessment. This is from Barrett Value Center. After you understand what value is, this could be a next step for you. You choose what is important to you.
So just before leaving and allowing you for the personal value assessment, thank you all of you. And let us have the takeaway from today's event that let us be committed with the values journey. Let us go for V to V, values to vision. Let our vision driven by our valuable values. Let us be committed. Let us work together to make things better. Let us recover stronger and better for the sake of humanity, for the sake of people, and for the sake of the better world. So again, let's start the journey with V to V, values to vision.
Love the message. Thank you, Dr. Asif. You may please return to your seat. Mas Diki, kita kembali ke tempat duduk juga sambil menunggu hasilnya, atau kita mau baca saja? Boleh kita kembali ke tempat duduk ya? Baik, terima kasih Mas Diki dan Dr. Asif buat sesinya. So ladies and gentlemen, you can continue the personal assessment by scanning the QR code on the screen, and then you will directly get your results afterwards. Okay. After this, we will continue our session. So I'm just going to give you a couple more minutes to do the personal assessment. And I will be back to continue our event. Enjoy.
Ada yang udah selesai? Do not forget to put your email because the report will be sent to that email. Ada yang udah dapat reportnya? Has anyone get their reports? Not yet? Because I think we kind of offer the time. So imagine 50,436 people taking this report in about, what, 5 months? So now we have Indonesian level or national level value assessment. Imagine that. That's what Nilai did. Okay, just to make the sessions quicker, I know some of you haven't done the survey or haven't finished the survey or haven't received the report, but essentially the report is self-explanatory. So when you get the report, you will have your personal values and awareness explanation, why is it like that, and then the results. So always the theoretical introduction first, then your results. Then from those results, pay attention to those with white circle, and pay attention to those with no results. I mean, there are 7 levels. Each levels should be balanced. You should have values from level 1 to level 7. That doesn't mean if you have only level 5 and up, it's bad. No. It means the level below, you have no longer needs for that. Can mean 2 things. 1, there is no needs for that. Or 2, blind spot. So you can ask yourself, if it's a blind spot, what could still be the needs for me? Is it in another form? So read your report very carefully. It can help you navigate your next level of interactions, of leadership, of being human. And the next part is self-development. The self-reflection is there. The next steps is there. So like I said, the report is self-explanatory. You could always reach the Nilai team if you have questions. We will be glad to help you with that, with your reports. So without further ado, thank you everyone. Thank you for sharing the stories among you. Thank you for the openness. Thank you for being vulnerable. That is the first step to understand your value. Ibu Melissa, back to you.
Terima kasih, Pak Diki. You may please return to your seat. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue our event. We will hear from another co-founder of V20 who flew all the way from UK to be with us today. She is also the V20 2022 Lead of Value Steering Committee, and today she will share with us the G20 institutional value. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the warmest welcome to Pamela Doherty.
Hello, everybody. And from wherever you're joining us from today, you're very, very welcome. It gives me great pleasure and privilege to present the initial outputs of a special V20 project this year on behalf of the V20 founding group, Values of the G20. How can we become a more effective global community in creating a better world for all? The G20 has become a globally recognized and respected institution, recognized for cooperation across nations and for driving global prosperity. Everything G20 does is driven by values, driven by needs, and the focus of its attention is increasingly on broader needs of populations and communities, both within and beyond its physical boundaries. The agenda this year, led by Indonesia, is inspiring, it's clear, and it's focused on topics that all need collaboration, they all need urgency, and they all need responsibility. The theme for global health architecture opens up with the path to global recovery requires stronger collective cooperation. Digital transformation talks about securing common prosperity in a digital age. Transforming energy transition highlights the urgent need to accelerate the transition to cleaner energy sources. The global challenges we face today are increasing in number and in complexity. How can we work together more effectively to solve them together? We observe an opportunity to accelerate the work of the G20, to be more values aware, to raise the consciousness of values and be more deliberate in the way in which G20 leads with values. This means operating with the same mechanisms and informality as now, but to do business in an environment that brings greater clarity on common values, on unique values, and values of important difference. All of this to create the conditions for a deeper human connection, to deliver economic prosperity, to promote good governance, and to enable good quality of life for all. Today I'll be talking about how this can be achieved. What I have to say will resonate with any leader who is trying to make a difference through unlocking the potential of a team or organisation. So why are values so critical for the G20 in their role in policy making? To express the case for being more values-driven, I'd first of all like to talk about 3 types of cooperation. Firstly, decision alignment, then interest alignment, and thirdly, values alignment. The first, most basic form of cooperation is working together, aligned on the basis of the decisions and policies you each wish to achieve to reduce conflict. Such a world results in a more competitive environment where we each fight to implement the decisions and policies that suit us. An evolution of this way of thinking is to move on to the next type of cooperation, to try to understand and align our interests too, resulting in better understanding and giving us the ability to cooperate more effectively. Therefore, compromise becomes easier. But with our world today, we are facing challenges unlike before. We are ever more connected, and the world is more a ship than it has ever been, but a ship without a captain. This makes forums like the G20 critical in facilitating cooperation to meet the challenges we are facing, which are both greater and more numerous than before. It is no longer sufficient to align only our individual decisions or to align our respective interests. We have to go deeper and understand our and each other's motivations. Of course, our motivations already exist, but often they are hidden or only partly on show, leaving others to make assumptions, draw conclusions, or to similarly not present their full selves to a situation. Ultimately, this means we don't give ourselves the best chance of success. We only partly deliver what's possible. This is where values come in, the third type of cooperation. Values underlie and connect everything we do. Our values, the things we hold most dear, are the most fundamental drivers of our motivations. Our values are so core to us, it's like how we breathe. So when we come together to create something as a group of people, through a team or an organisation, we bring our values with us. Collectively, that can be extremely powerful, and it takes vulnerable leadership to achieve the full potential of that team. Values are always there, yet sometimes we don't acknowledge them consciously. If we don't acknowledge, measure, understand, and discuss our values and where they align and misalign, we are not getting the full picture. We get stuck in compete and compromise spaces rather than focusing on collaborating to create new and better solutions to solve our biggest challenges. So how can G20 become more values aware? I will share a vision of what that could be. The nations that make up the G20 are separate countries with boundaries, cultures, histories, and ambitions. Take Indonesia as an example. It's a beautiful, colourful, diverse nation. It consists of over 17,000 islands. It has 700 languages and over 1,300 ethnic groups. The diverse Indonesian people have a shared identity, demonstrated with the motto, unity in diversity, many yet one. In 2020, Indonesia carried out a national values assessment to understand its people through values. We saw some of that earlier in the session. The #1 value in Indonesia is gotong royong, the value of mutual assistance, for which these images show. It is collective kindness. It is the spirit of cooperation. It's the understanding of nuanced values like gotong-royong that are vital in enabling people to connect together from different nations and cultures. But what makes G20 work is government leaders taking responsibility and action for the benefit of all mankind. So a very human experience within a physical and cultural dynamic. If we accept that there are unique differences across the globe, and yet the G20 is all about collaboration, I suggest that being more values-driven will enable a much deeper level of human connection, of innovation, and of impact. Imagine the impact of agreeing a common set of values that would guide interactions and decision-making, as well as respectfully knowing and even celebrating cultural and national differences. Organisations and teams tackle this question all of the time. How to create a culture and level of values understanding across the people involved in a particular system and working towards a shared mission. Teams and organisations regularly tackle the question of mission alignment, values alignment, and values awareness. Mission alignment is where teams are aligned on a clear vision or set of goals, creating unity and cohesion, with everyone working towards the same aims. Values awareness is where there is a clear level of awareness for both individual and collective values, where consciousness of what's important is high. Values alignment goes one step further, as the team uses that awareness to align on a common set of values that directly help achieve the team's mission. This is a purposeful and powerful step and needs constant attention. I'll bring this to life with an example of the business that I lead, Axia Origin. Our purpose as an organisation directly reflects our own values to help create a more prosperous and resilient world. When starting our business, we used a number of methods to develop a deeper understanding of each other, including creating a string wall, and you can see the image of this on the screen. Each piece of coloured string represents a different person in the team and maps their answers to a range of questions about who they are. This exercise helps us see and celebrate what we have in common and where we are individually very different. We have 3 core values that guide our decisions every day: authenticity, transparency, and generosity. There are many interventions and measurement systems available to achieve this level of awareness and this level of alignment. The next phase of this project will be to produce a written output that will share information on the various tools and methods for teams, organisations, and even nations to use. In the meantime, we've made a start to support the G20 to progress this conversation for being more values aware themselves. The G20 asked us a question. They asked us to provide them with insights about their values as an institution. I'd like to start by saying that the starting point is strong. The values that the fact that G20 has evolved to focus on the breadth of issues far beyond the initial topic of economic stability, and to see the way progress is being made far beyond that original priority to multiple topics in the backdrop of many local and global challenges, tells me that the system of G20 is strong, it's respected and effective. The spirit in which this presentation is made is to express an opportunity for G20 to be more effective, to accelerate progress, and be stronger when issues arise that could create division. We have carried out analysis of the G20, its focus and expressed values, through analysing the key output each year, the G20 declarations from 2008 to date. We've approached this analysis in two different ways. Understanding what's important to G20 through the lens of the SDGs, and secondly, we identified values expressed through the declarations year on year. We used different analytical methods for each of these questions. For the SDG analysis, we used natural language processing to find the words that are relevant to our analysis of values and filter out those that were not. We then used word pairings to ensure meaning was interpreted correctly. Those word pairings were then assigned and mapped to an SDG. All of the G20 declarations were then analysed using these same set of rules to provide a year-on-year understanding of where the focus, where the energy was through the discussions, commitments and actions taken. We took a more qualitative approach to assessing expressed values, what I would call a literature review, with each declaration being reviewed by multiple people with a common set of questions. So starting with the SDG analysis. In this moving image, you can see the cumulative occurrences of terms relating to each of the SDGs, starting in 2008 and up to 2021 in Italy. This is an additive demonstration of the focus that the G20 has had on the various SDGs over time. The picture is dominated by SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, which of course is no surprise, bearing in mind the initial G20 priorities. I've removed SDG 8 from this next slide so that you can see a bit more clearly the movement across the other 16 goals. So this is the same information presented again, just excluding SDG 8. You can see how over time different topics become more prominent, and you can see the variations across all of the goals. We went one step further to look at each of the SDGs individually. I'd like to look at SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. Unsurprisingly, there was a consistent and strong focus on this SDG. And what looks like a reduction in focus from 2016 isn't. It just reflects the increased balance of attention across a wider group of topics. We also observe the reactive increased focus from significant global events, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is directly why you see this increase in SDG 3, good health and well-being. There are no surprises with these two examples. For this next slide, I'd like to show an example of an emerging topic, SDG 5, gender equality. Like many of the broader topics, it has seen a sharp increase in attention since 2017 and remained in focus despite extraordinary challenges through the pandemic in the last 2 years. I do find 2017 an interesting year, the year in which Germany held the presidency. When reading the outputs from that year, it felt bolder, more diverse, and felt like a step change in leadership from the G20 leaders on some really important topics, including women's empowerment and safeguarding against health crises. So here I've summarised the whole picture, and you can see 3 clear groupings. Those areas that have some consistency through the years. Many areas with increasing focus, and 6 areas at the bottom with relatively little attention from a G20 perspective. I'll let you spend a moment looking at that slide. It paints an interesting picture, but I share this without criticism or judgment. It raises for me some questions. I wonder what the shape would look like if the collaboration was between the developing nations rather than the G20. I wonder what the level of consciousness is about these choices. The second area of analysis was the qualitative review of the G20 declarations to look at expressed values. There is a set of consistently referenced values that are enduring and present in almost every year. Stability, resilience, inclusion, and multilateralism. I've captured some of the evidence points as examples for this insight, and there are many more. These 4 stood out across the years as enduring values, ever present and therefore key to G20 and their current culture. Furthermore, we looked at what emerges as new values from year to year. And here are some of the examples. Some of the examples of these dynamic values showing the year in which they appeared. I'm particularly drawn to balance, to care, and to global responsibility, as I can really sense the importance of these values. In our deliberations, boldness also appeared as a value that we saw emerging in an implied manner, not explicitly written, but implied in the sentiment. And felt that this could well be of great importance for G20 to achieve more pace and impact. These are not suggested values for G20. These are values that we observe are and have been present over the years. To bring my concluding points together, is being values-driven the next evolution of the G20? The scope of the G20 has broadened from initially being focused heavily on financial stability and growth to recognising the need for good governance. More recently, G20 has expanded its focus, especially following the launch of the UN SDGs, to cover topics that really get to the heart of enabling quality of life for all. Whether that's topics that are more people-centred or relate to the sustainability of our planet. As the agenda grows and as challenges become more complex and diverse, so does the need to collaborate and collaborate more effectively. To enable that greater level of collaboration, I'd like to bring us back to the types of cooperation I introduced earlier. On the left hand is the most basic form, where cooperation is limited to decision alignment. At the opposite end of the spectrum is values-based cooperation, where collaboration takes place in an environment, in a culture of deep understanding of what's important to all parties. This level of cultural development is happening everywhere, in teams, organisations, and even whole nations. Being more values aware and then using that knowledge and shared understanding to nurture a culture into the right direction for successful outcomes to be achieved. I see evidence all the time that countless organisations and institutions have taken similar approaches. We looked at Axis Origin as an example earlier. We also heard about Bank Mandiri earlier in the session. At a national level, we talked about Indonesia and their recent national values assessment. Many other countries have followed a similar path, with some even measuring character as well as values. G20 have the opportunity to take this approach at a global level, to shift the dial to the right, to take a leadership position as a highly respected institution and evolve to the next level that enables even more effective collaboration to meet the challenges that lie ahead. We have suggested some very specific next steps to accelerate the progress of G20, and we very much welcome the opportunity to discuss these in more detail at the right time with the right stakeholders. The range of proposed activities split across the V20 as an enabling body, the local G20 team in Indonesia, and of course G20 as a whole through the Sherpas. We see an opportunity ahead for G20 to lead the way in truly being values-driven, to operate in an environment where there is agreement on common values, there is clarity on unique values across nations, and there is understanding on the values of difference, the things that could get in the way. Operating at this level of deep understanding enables a powerful connection between parties, creating the conditions for the best form of collaboration, for authenticity, and ultimately the achievement of successful outcomes in a world that is increasingly complex, yet connected. Values bring us together and make those connections even stronger for the benefit of all life. Thank you. Terima kasih. I'll hand back to the facilitator, Melissa. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela, for your presentation. You may please be seated on stage, Pamela, because we're going to continue with the question and answer session. Thank you. And for this Q&A session, I would like to invite on stage, to be on stage once again, Professor Christoph Dembeck. Also, we'd like to invite Alisa Wahid as the Sherpa V20 2022. Can we give them a round of applause, everyone? Okay, we have collected a couple of questions that the committee has gathered here. The first question is from Angela. Why do you think that values is even more important today in the society, especially global society? Care to elaborate, please? Pamela, would you like to answer this one?
Yes, thank you. I'll go first with that question. I think Dr. Ghazi summarised this really nicely earlier on in the session, where he talked about different levels of values understanding, because it starts with us individually as unique human beings. Our values are always there, most of them develop in our younger years, and they often don't change very much. And if you think about how we work, how we do business, how we make connections and develop our families, it's just lots of human interactions. So naturally there's a progression of taking our own values and understanding how they impact in those different situations, whether it's with our families or whether it's at work in a team or an organisation. And I think the really interesting for G20 is this is such a much more complex environment to bring a group of people from very different nations and very different cultures together. So I think it feels like a natural step for more globally connected people to be answering this very question.
Thank you, Pamela. Pak Chris, would you like to add to that question?
Yes, sure. I think two things only that I would add. One, what we have always seen, values are basically basic building blocks for our behavior through being lens through which we assess what is of value to us. So there are two concepts, value and values, that are different but interrelated in a way where we actually use values as a lens to decide what is of value to us, and that drives our behavior. And why it is particularly important today is because we are facing unprecedented challenges where we actually have to change our behavior.
Okay, terima kasih Pak Chris. Next question would be for Ibu Alisa. Values are different in different cultures. That is the huge challenge. How do you think that this movement will work globally with those differences of culture? It's from Steve.
Okay, thank you. In the case of Indonesia, I would take Indonesia as an example. We know that we have different ethnic groups, we have different religions and backgrounds, but we are connected through this idea of Indonesia. There is no original Indonesia in Indonesia. Indonesia is an idea that binds people from different backgrounds into one nation, right? So this unity in diversity is to celebrate the diversity, but at the same time to bind us together. So if we can take this into a global landscape, the case would be the same. We would have respect to each individual local wisdom and values, but at the same time we can work together, decide on what values that we would take as guidance. Like again, no one left behind as a mental model means this is a shared value. The shared values are inclusivity and justice. And that is to make sure that every living creature on earth would get their respective rights and responsibility also. So I'm always a firm believer that there are universal values and there are shared values that we just need to decide upon. Like in a family, you know, we decide that this is going to be the family values, and we would guide our lives around these values.
Great, very empowering answer. Thank you. Terima kasih Ibu Pamela, Pak Chris, Ibu Alisa for your time. You may please return to your seats. Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Okay, now ladies and gentlemen, participants, we are going to enjoy a series of presentation from our partners who share similar vibrant energy in making V20 the conversation starter. So for the speakers, due to time restriction, limited of time, we would like to have your time to be limited at 5 minutes. Thank you for your cooperation. Let's begin with our first speaker, Bapak Asis Arman, the Vice President Director and Group CEO of Indica Energy, who are doing his presentation virtually from Jakarta.
Hello, everyone. Good evening for those who are in Bali. Hi from Jakarta. Let me introduce myself, Aziz Arman, as Vice President Director and Group CEO of Indica Energy. And for those who are not familiar with Indica Energy is a leading diversified investment company with key focus on developing new and more sustainable businesses through its strategic investment in the areas of energy, logistics and infrastructures, minerals, digital ventures, and a number of green-based businesses. While providing energy has been our core, since 3 years ago, we have redefined ourselves and expanding our purpose, not just energy as a word, but energy as a active verb, which is energizing the people of Indonesia through a wider spectrum of the utmost integrity, trustworthiness, and professionalism. And beyond energy, Indica Energy will make contribution to the environment, community, and society to continuously serve the nation. And with that new purpose, we have set our aspiration, the long-term aspiration really to achieve a net zero emission by 2050 with an intermediate target of more balanced revenue contribution from coal and non-coal sectors by 2025. And so Indica Energy, in essence, is in the transition. Next slide, please. From what we have currently today in the left-hand side, which involve energy resources, energy services, and energy infrastructures, to a future of Indica Energy with an intention to unlock sustainable development in Indonesia, focusing on logistic infrastructure, as I said earlier, minerals, nature-based or green-based solution, digital ventures, and others. Looking at this transition, these new sectors, we, Indica Energy, as an investment holding company with a number of operating subsidiaries in different sectors, we are cognizant of different cultures in different sectors, in different companies, which have totally, which is required by the specific sector requirement. However, we in Indica Energy believe that one set of values is required really as a fundamental, or to be the fundamental of everything, of why we exist, of what we do, and why we do things we do. So this is the importance of values in Indica Energy. And we have defined our values in 6 categories. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, one being, let me just describe it. One being unity in diversity, UN, integrity, teamwork, agility, assessment, and social responsibility. So these 6 are, we like to call it unitas, which in Latin means unity. And we have defined its value in order for us to be able to reflect or to represent our behavior, our way of doing things in the company. And these values are required, in our view, in order for us to achieve our purpose, which is, again, we energize Indonesia for a sustainable future. And the next few slides, I share with you all how we practice our values in our companies. And we have the ESG initiative being the focus in the past few years in the environmental, in the area of renewable energy and waste management. In the area of social, we have the woman-to-woman mentoring in engineering. And then in the governance, we have we have a comprehensive review of our ESG policy to ensure that we have our boundaries in terms of how we do things. As a closure, I'd like to share here that we are also part of a network by joining or acting as a signatory in the UN Global Compact, as well as a member of Indonesian Business Council for Sustainable Development. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Bapak Asis Arman, the Vice President Director and Group CEO of Indica Energy, for sharing Indica's values. Continuing to our second speaker, Charles Fowler, the coordinator of World Values Day, who is also doing his presentation virtually from UK.
Hi, thank you so much. Hello, thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here, even virtually, and to tell you a little bit about World Values Day. World Values Day has been a partner of V20 since V20 started, and we're very, very excited by the collaboration. World Values Day takes place at more or less the same time as V20, or it did so in the previous 2 years. This year it's going to take place on exactly the same time. World Values Day is an annual event. It takes place this year on the 20th of October, and we run through till the 21st. So it's a perfect fit for V20 and the Values Festival that V20 is going to be organizing out of Bali to go with it. So we're very excited to be working even more closely this year. World Values Day is an annual celebration and exploration and a sharing of values around the world. And it, can I have the next slide, please? It's based on values, it's exploring values, and it's based on the assumption that, and the knowledge that we all have values, whether we know it or not. And all those values, not just those people here today, but people all around the world have fantastic values. Next slide. I just want to show you. Next slide, please. Yeah, that's it. I want to show you, this is from the United States, the values survey that they did, the values assessment they did there in 2009, 2011, but it's very similar all the way around the world. In Indonesia too, you had your values survey a couple of years ago. And it's clear from that that people most people have really good, positive, pro-social values. And whether or not they know about them, that's another matter, but they when asked in a survey like this, they have fantastic values. But the real problem is, and this is the big problem with the whole of the values field. Turn to the next slide, please. The big problem is that those values are not expressed, they're not practiced for lots of reasons. And when the same people that are surveyed about their own personal values are asked about the values of the society that they're in, the culture of the society they're in, they come out with all these words. Their personal values may be caring and honesty and respect and compassion, but when they're asked about the society they live in, wherever they are in the world, it's pretty much the same. They come out with words like this, words like corruption, bureaucracy, blame, violence, conflict. That's the United States, but it's the same pretty much everywhere. Next slide, please. So what's going on here? What's happening? Something is stopping us putting our values into action, and that's really where world values begins to come in. The biggest problem is our own cynicism and our own negativity. We actually think that our values are good, but other people don't have good values, and that's really the big barrier holding us back. It's this total misunderstanding. The research shows us that almost all of us, have good values, but the research also shows us that we don't believe other people have good values, and that's a total misunderstanding, which is at the root of a lot of the problems we have. So what to do about it? Next slide. What we want to do about it really is World Values Day. It's our answer to this big dysfunction, this issue about people having values themselves but believing other people don't have it. So we want to have a celebration every year where people can come together, think about their values, talk about their values, show their values, and share their values with other people, and try and get rid of that big dysfunctional problem to do with their misunderstanding about other people. Right, so I'm just having a little technical problem here, not to worry. So in 2016, we launched World Values Day, and it's been a fantastic success since then. We get to, through social media, which is a big vehicle for us, we get to reach a lot of people around the world, up to 75 million people in over 100 countries. Actually, that's just on one of our social media channels alone, Twitter. So the real figure is a lot higher. And we, next slide, please. And we have a huge number of activities that we participate in. There are thousands of organizations taking part, all sorts of hospitals, schools, NGOs, businesses, offices, factories, universities, you name it. They're taking part, big organizations internationally and small businesses. The big organizations are of the likes of PwC, have been fantastic supporters since we started, Volvo, IBM. In Southeast Asia, San Miguel has been a big supporter for years. Big organizations, big network organizations like Rotary too. So, and we have all sorts of events and activities that they take part in. A lot of them do private events and activities, but a lot of them take part in public events and activities. And here are a few of them. If you turn to the next page, please. Next slide. Just to mention a few of them. We have an all-day online program of events that we started at the beginning of COVID, beginning of the epidemic, and for the whole of the day, running from New Zealand at the beginning of the day, all through the time zones around the world, we have events and activities. Last year, it was about 40 of them taking place back to back and sometimes side by side. With some big organizations, including PwC and others, we put together a 1-hour values challenge, which we run every year. That's for organizations to take part in. It's a 1-hour refresher of values. We have a big schools program this year. We've got it bigger than ever, where we offer lots of ready-packed, ready-made opportunities for schools to take part in. We have, this year, we're starting a local community leader outreach program where we're going to be asking community leaders around the world, including elected ones, what their values are and how they put them into action in their community, and how that could be a lesson for all of us, including the G20 leaders. And of course, as I said, this year we're linking up with the V20 movement in a very, very close way, and we'll be hopefully integrating into our all-day program. We'll be integrating the events from the V20 summit and the Values Festival, and we'll be integrating other aspects of our programs and social media activities in a close way. So it's very exciting. I really love it if you could all join in. Last slide, please. Yeah, that's great. And actually, we'll go to the final slide, if I may. I'd love it if many of you as you can join in, take part. It's huge fun. It's very powerful, very energizing. You'll love it, and we'll have a really great time. But above all, we'll be spreading the word on values, that it isn't that other people do have good values. Your next door neighbor, the people in the next country, the people around the other side of the world, we all have these wonderful values, and we practice them together on World Values Day and hopefully around the rest of the year as well. So thank you very much indeed, Melissa. Back to you.
Thank you, Charles Fowler. Good luck for your World Values Day coming this October. All right, our third speaker is the CEO of Pemimpin.id, and he will be joining us virtually as well. So please welcome Darmaji Suradika.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Darmaji Suradika, the CEO of Pemimpin.id. Pemimpin.id is a leadership learning platform who has the main mission to make leadership ecosystem in Indonesia better. So, yeah, maybe can you help me, President? Yes. Okay, so next slide, please. Yes, it's around about 100 years ago, there was a living room in Indonesia, in small village in Surabaya, who has very good value inside the house. Actually, the house is just a simple house and nothing special within the house, but the people who live here who make it special. The owner of the house is Mr. Cokro Aminoto. He was the leader of one of the biggest community in Indonesia back then, Syarikat Islam. And Syarikat Islam has a members like more than 2 million members. And also inside this house, our first president, Sukarno, also start to learn to lead. Besides Sukarno, there were also Musso, the head of Indonesian Communist Party, and also Kartosuwiryo, the head of Islamic party back then. So how can the small house, normal house, can make these three ideologies live together and stay together? Next, please. Next slide, please. According to our observation, there are five principles for living in this house. The first is egalitarian, meaning everybody will be treated the same. You are coming from the normal level, or maybe you are coming from noble family, will be treated the same within this house. The second one is neutral. Ideology, whatever, no matter your ideology is, you can come to this house and discuss your ideology. The third one is sharing. So the sharing meaning from the mentor to the mentee, and also among the mentee, everybody can share their knowledge and can learn from everybody. The fourth value is empowering. So sharing meaning to empower others, not only in-house, but also to all the Indonesian people outside the house. And the last but not least is this nationalism. So meaning all the discussion inside this house is all about Indonesia and how to make Indonesia independent. Next, please. So we also observe there are at least three roles within the house. The first role is the mentor, who are willing to share. And the second one is the young leader, who are willing to learn and who are willing to spread the knowledge to the other young people. And the third one is the volunteer, the executor, and the followers. So meaning the people who make this transfer knowledge come true. So meaning, next slide, please. So pemimpin.id have a dream to recreate, to reactivate this golden triangle and want to transfer it to the young Indonesian people. We try to activate these three role, and also we transform the 5 values that I explained before to 3 main values that we think relevant to the current Indonesian youth. The first one, inclusive. Inclusive meaning leadership for everyone. Everybody can be a leader, and everybody can, sorry, I think I have a internet problem. Okay. Yeah, so inclusive meaning leadership for everyone. Everybody can be a leader, and leadership can be learned by everybody. The second value is effective. We want to grow the leader who can effectively solve the problem of Indonesia. The leader who can give the solution, not only speak louder, but also can make action. The third one, we want to grow leader who not only think about themselves, but who can put society, humanity, and nation to be the main focus in their life. As our founding father Muhammad Hatta said, Leiden is leading, meaning leading is suffering. So meaning if we don't put the country in the first priority, meaning we don't live. Next slide, please. With this value, next. So how we transfer this value to the young people? We have 3 pillars. The first one, we train the young people with the learning program. Until now, we have 3,000, more than 3,000 alumni. And also we spread the leadership knowledge through media and event. Until now, we have more than 220,000 social media followers. And also we connect all leaders across Indonesia through community. Next, please. Until now, Pemimpin.id has more than 550,000 beneficiaries. And at the end of this year, we hope that we can have more than 1 million beneficiaries. We become one of the biggest leadership community in Indonesia with more than 15,000 active users. Next, please. To close my presentation, Ki Hajar Dewantoro once said he was our education heroes. He said the independent humankind, meaning they are free to decide and choose what is the best for them with full of awareness without any restraint from anyone, including themselves. And in Indonesia, meaning manusia merdeka adalah ketika semua manusia tersebut mampu mengambil keputusan yang terbaik untuk dirinya secara sadar dan tanpa tekanan dari manapun, termasuk dari dirinya sendiri. So meaning leadership is one of the main value to have truly freedom society. Thank you for the attention.
Very inspiring young leader. Thank you, Darmaji Suradika. Continuing our event is our 4th speaker, Dr. Rizal Lukman, B20 Sherpa.
Value 20 Co-Sherpa, Value 20 Founding Circle, fellow speakers, participants, government officials, business participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me begin by thanking the Value 20 for organizing this wonderful gathering to capture the current perspective of leading experts across major topics, such as expressing their views on how we as a collective can push through in creating secure, purposeful, value-driven business to work a conscious and ethical work together. In my capacity as the Business 20 Sherpa of Indonesia, I'm pleased to present the core importance of what makes meaningful economic and national development. We are honored to be invited to expand the work made by the Value 20 within the business sector. Esteemed participants, while globalization and liberalization have reduced the global inequalities over the last few years, and progress has been made towards ending extreme poverty and hunger, the pandemic has exposed persisting disparities in our socio-economic systems. We need to realize that to have a well, just, and orderly economic growth, the process of seeking profit can no longer be the sole attention of businesses. What needs to be upheld is how businesses and private sectors can create and maintain the positive impact it brings to people. In this new era, a just, meaningful economic system is to be based on how it is value-driven and people-centered. The meaning goes beyond the paradox of ownership and consumption. It goes beyond the one-dimensional view of economics and our focus on gross domestic product or GDP. When I was invited to speak here, there are three ways how the B20 defines a meaningful economic development. Allow me to share them with you. First, valuable economy must put people at its center of gravity. The dynamic of our global economy is more unprecedented, with a strong emphasis on how to provide benefits for a larger community. Throughout my years of professional and business experience, the economic activity must put people at the top priorities, adding the relevant values into it. As outlined in the theme, Valuenomics, it promotes a value-driven economy that focuses on value of the people's well-being with their business processes. This actually can be shown by how companies can protect or demonstrate social capital, for instance, through ethical supply chains that pay a fair price for commodities or which protect workers' rights, or maybe providing educational opportunities that build human capital, or also by developing local infrastructure. These actions may put the company in a better position to engage with stakeholders such as governments and regulators and differentiate their products from other competitors. In most cases, I have seen companies who have put people at its center will be more sustained and positively regarded by the society. Second, it must be inclusive to be valuably impactful. These days, companies who are targeting emerging and developing markets are increasingly finding that inclusive business models with operations and products that target the bottom of the pyramid in these economies can access large market and deliver goods and services while still increasing the welfare of the most vulnerable. The reason is in most and almost all developing economies, fair economic distribution is key to sustainable growth, leaving nobody marginalized in terms of access to prosperity. Furthermore, once businesses and organizations are able to implement a meaningful economic process and it is value-driven, it is also important to make sure that these objectives are those which support the measures toward an inclusive, equitable, and balanced economic growth, recognizing different development levels that exist. This refers to bringing actual positive impact to the most marginalized, where women, youth, and workers with lower education suffered the highest cost. Businesses must start applying an inclusive business model that seeks to create value for low-income communities by integrating them into companies' value chain on the demand side as clients and consumers. Third, meaningful means friendly toward the environment. With that in mind, it is also deemed important that businesses must stay in line with how their activities have a valuable impact, not just to the society and people, but also ensuring it is environmentally friendly. The latest research is clear: to avoid the worst climate impact, global greenhouse emissions will need to drop by half by 2030 and reach net zero around mid-century. Many countries and governments have come up with the ambitious goals and solutions, yet they cannot work alone. Businesses and all parts of society must go hand in hand to help create a greener world. Considering this urgency, rapidly growing number of national governments, local governments, business leaders, and making commitment to reach net zero emissions with their jurisdictions or business, including among the G20 countries. Today, to achieve meaningful economy and concrete national development, we businesses must foresee sustainability not merely as corporate responsibility action, but solely as strategic imperative, shifting the focus from not only business efficiency, but also toward innovation that create sustainable value. Ladies and gentlemen, as the host of the G20 presidency, Indonesia has the opportunity to build a stronger international movement on economic inequality. Being the Sherpa for B20 Indonesia, I'm here to inform you that we should seize the strategic momentum provided by this presidency, not only in terms of the economic recovery, but also in making substantial policy recommendations with other G20 countries that will support the collective resilient global economy. B20 Indonesia, with the 6 task force and 1 action council, plan to raise the concrete and actionable policy recommendation that aims to tackle specific priorities based on the 3 main topics set by the president, which are inclusive global healthcare architecture, digital-based transformation, and transition to sustainable energy. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I urge the business community to recognize the significant importance and urgency to collaborate in creating a just and orderly economic development for all. I'm humbly inviting all stakeholders here and also Value 20 to keep promoting the value-based economy to the G20 governments. I appreciate to all for taking your time to listen to these remarks, and herewith I thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And last but not least, our 5th speaker, who is also will be greeting us online. Please welcome Bapak Solihin J. Kala, President Director Kala Group.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to all of you guys, to B20 Advisory Board, and also to all values believers who attend this B20 event here in Bali and online. Please excuse my surrounding because I'm in the middle of one of the biggest project here in West Sumatra, which is a green energy and sustainability energy, which is the hydroelectric power plants here in western part of Indonesia. So today I would like to share the value-based practices in Kala that we believe are the key success of Kala's 70th year of existence in here in Indonesia. Kala was founded, Kala was founded in 1952 by a couple named Haji Kala and Haji Atira, which are they are my grandparents, and they started the business in textile trade, which later, due to the demand of logistics and movement of people in eastern part of Indonesia, they expanded the business to the transportation sector, by providing an intercity bus. So this year, Kala will celebrate its 70th anniversary, led by the third generation of the family, and has evolved into the largest national company in eastern part of Indonesia with over 4,000 employees. Next, please. These are our 5 fundamental corporate values, which are the expansion of each letter of our company names. K-A-L-L-A. K is for kerja ibadah, which is work as worship in English. A for apresiasi pelanggan, or customer appreciation. L is lebih cepat, and the second L is lebih baik, which is the faster the better. And lastly, A is for aktif bersama, which is active together in English. Next, please. All of the Kala values were formulated and implemented by the founders of Kala. All the leaders before me has their own values, which is kerja ibadah from Haji Kala, apresiasi pelanggan from his wife, lebih cepat lebih baik is from Mr. Yusuf Kala, and aktif bersama is from our leader, the third generation leader, which is Mrs. Fatima Kala. But until the leadership of Mr. Yusuf Kala, these 5 values were yet to be implemented as our corporate values. Instead, they were used solely as a set of expected behaviors that are highly encouraged by the founders and the leaders of the company. So before, these values are unwritten, but until the leadership of Mr. Fatima, these values were formalized into corporate values. And nowadays, under my leadership, we further strengthen these corporate values by activating and implementing corporate culture, so that all behaviors of Insan Kala, what we call the people of Kala, are based on those 5 values, with a more structured measurement and activation initiative that can allow us to achieve the KPI of the company. And it is also important to share with you that every leadership, Kala has faced multiple crises, whether is it national or global ones. Fortunately, we have always been able to survive, and each crisis that we have gone through as a company allowed us to grow even stronger. So thanks to our values. And today, Kala Group has celebrated its 70th anniversary and continues to evolve with our 4,000 staff members, which we believe is large as the outcome of consistent implementation of Kala values. And in the next slide, to help the internalization of Kala values, we have gone beyond making these values as fundamental part of the Kala management system, which translates into all regulation, policies, and strategies being strictly founded on those 5 Kala values. Departing from these values, we have also developed 8 key behaviors that are measurable and have been used as the key criteria in our recruitment process and to conduct our annual staff performance evaluation. For the next slide, I think we going to cut the slide after this. And these are some examples of the Kala Group corporate culture activation initiatives that are, of course, anchored on all 5 of our Kala values. So to conclude, we jump into the next one. The next one. And now you all might wonder what are the tangible outcomes, the impacts of all the culture activation initiatives? Well, we could see the results within 3 different aspects. Revenue increase during the COVID, during 2020 and 2021, we didn't fall too far compared to other national companies. We even could bounce back higher than before. The employee satisfaction index that is constantly climbing up, and the continuous improvement of the organization culture health index. So we jump to last please. Next one. Next one. So by implementing Kala values, not only within the office sphere, but more importantly, within each of our staff's personal life, insan Kala or the people of Kala is hoped to be an individual is better, stronger, and ready to face the global challenge. Thank you for your time. Hopefully, as a community that believes in importance of values, we could all be successfully facing the challenges ahead by putting values at the main center of all our activities. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Bapak Solihin J. Kala, President Director Kala Group. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to this room. We will welcome on stage one more time the V20 2022 Co-Sherpa Alisa Wahid, who will be addressing what's next for V20 2022, whom will be continued by the online presence of Gauri Ishwaran from India, the Vice Chair of Global Education and Leadership Foundation, giving us a glimpse of V20 2023. So now, please welcome Ibu Alisa on stage.
For short people, this is going to be a challenge. Can you see me? Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of V20 2022 organizer, I would like to thank you for your contribution today. We hope to engage you further in our effort to campaign for a value-driven world. Currently, we have around 80 experts from diverse backgrounds working to prepare V20 communique, and we plan to present it in the V20 Summit. The summit will be held at our iconic Green School in Bali, in Ubud. Yay! On October 20th and 21st, 2022, with a diverse program celebrating values and also launching the communique. So the V20 2022 organizer would like to invite you all to join us in presenting the V20 communique to the G20 stage. Let us join hands to deepen our values so that the world can recover together, recover stronger, pulih lebih cepat, pulih lebih kuat. Thank you.
And we'll be connected online to Gauri Ishwaran from India, the Vice Chair of the Global Education and Leadership Foundation, giving us a glimpse of V20 2023.
Hello, everybody. I'm delighted that I'll be able to introduce to you the ideas that we have in mind for G20 and V20, which will be hosted by India in the year 2023. As one of our fellow founders, Pamela, emphasized, there's a deep linkage between G20 agenda as reflected in the language of the G20 leaders' declarations. We in India are committed to strengthen the endeavors of V20 and develop impactful policy recommendations influencing the G20 countries to underpin their policy decisions based on universal and enduring values. In this context, many of the speakers today have spoken about innumerable values that are revered around the world. But one of the most important values that I think we need to concentrate on in today's world of conflict and aggression is the value to respect differences. In pursuing the endurance of universal values, we also take on and understand the Indonesian value of gotong royong, that is on collaboration, and we would like to increase the depth of what they mean by adding the Indian values of non-violence, of dialogue, and satyameva jayate, which means truth shall prevail. We would like these values to underpin the policy decisions that will be taken by the G20 countries, because as Madam Alisa just mentioned, unless we have a value-driven world, there will not be peace and equity and justice. Now, India's G20 priorities are envisioned to cover the areas of education, entrepreneurship, and environment. We wanted to look at sustainable development for all, looking at a human-centric approach, equitable and resilient growth, environment, our lifestyles to sustain the environment so that it can protect life on earth, and also the importance of multilateral partnerships, which is where the value of respecting differences is extremely important. Now, raising awareness about education, entrepreneurship, and environment as well can only be achieved through two dimensions. One is through the government's legal policies and their implementation. The second is how do the citizenry of the world work on this? For this, we need to work on behavioral change across the planet, keeping in mind the universal and enduring values that have been passed down to us over generations. One of the fundamental changes that we have to look at is how do we impart education? Education that will foster values and ethics in children, so that tomorrow we have a whole young generation of change makers who will make decisions and make choices based on values. Without that, without our investing in the young, I don't think we can move forward. As Marisa and Stefano have already mentioned, education, apart from education, entrepreneurship is equally important. If we are going to look at reducing global unemployment, if you want to bring up an equitable and just society, then entrepreneurship is something that needs to be studied, encouraged, and moved forward. And again, that will be part of the value system that we are speaking about. Last but not the least, for humanity to survive, we need to take care of our environment. If you want to achieve the UN sustainable goals, it cannot be done unless we underpin all our decisions, be it education, be it entrepreneurship, be it environment, unless we underpin this all with the basic values that we have inherited from our forefathers. The V20 can play a very important role by recommending to the G20 countries and maybe others that they should develop policy frameworks and implement those legislative actions that take into account the environment, the climate change, and preserving our flora and fauna. I hope that as V20 grows, it started in Saudi Arabia, moved to Italy, now to Indonesia, and next year to India. As it grows, it becomes a forum that is able to impact the policy decisions taken by various countries, policy decisions that are rooted in values. Thank you very much, and I welcome all of you to please join us next year in 2023 when V20 and G20 moves to India. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Gauri Ishwaran from India, and terima kasih Ibu Alisa Wahid. Berikutnya, ladies and gentlemen, next the committee would like to present a token of appreciation to the speakers who are here with us today. Therefore, I'm inviting these names to be on stage one more time. Okay, so please welcome back on stage Professor Christoph Dambek. We would like to invite back on stage Pamela Doherty, and then Mas Diki Herlambang, Dr. Asif Chowdhury, and of course Ibu Alisa Wahid. Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk para speakers kami. Let's give them the warmest round of applause. And we would like now to invite the giver of the token of appreciation, the co-chairs of V20. So please welcome on stage Ibu Meike Malaon. Hai Ibu Meike. And also Bapak Yuri Yogaswara to join Ibu Meike. Kita berikan tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk menyambut para givernya. Dan juga kami mohon kehadiran Ibu Dr. Vivi Yulaswati bersama dengan Ibu Meike dan Pak Yuri untuk memberikan tanda cinta kepada para speaker kami. Oke. Silahkan Bapak dan Ibu. Dan hadirin sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, while we're watching the procession of presenting the love from the committee to our speakers, we would like to remind you to stay in this room because the event is not ended yet, because we have prepared a very special performance, a beautiful, beautiful performance to delight our day. I'm so looking forward to this performance because I've been watching them attentively at the backstage and they're very excited to meet all of you. So please stay until the end of the event. And also, I would like to inform all of you, we are pleased to invite all G20 Development Working Group delegates to attend a networking dinner, another side event tonight on advancing inclusive digital transformation and collaboration through a quintet of capabilities. The dinner will be held tonight at 6:30 p.m. at Sofitel Hotel. This invitation is dedicated to all the delegates of G20 DWG, and the shuttle transfer is available for the DWG delegates. We'll be departing from the BNDCC at the lobby at 6 p.m. So please join us if you can. Thank you. All right. Can we give them another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Here are the speakers, the co-chairs, the committee of V20 today. Now, please remain on stage. They're still taking the picture. Okay? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you may please return to your seats. Thank you. Okay, so as Ibu Alisa said, that we will have another upcoming event, which is the V20 Summit, which will take place at Green School Bali on the 20th and the 21st of October 2022. So please join us. We're inviting all of you to come, to be there, to experience the values that we've been talking about this year. And then register early. So make yourself available for that and keep continuing to support V20 whenever you are, wherever you are. Keep the values conversation going. And on behalf of V20, we want to thank you. We deeply appreciate your presence and energy. May what we do together will have impacts for generations to come. And now please welcome Ibu Ni Putu Tirka Widanti, Ketua Yayasan Kulkul of Green School, to share a brief background on Green School, and she will be followed by this beautiful performance of Kulkul dance from Green School community. Silakan Ibu.
Terima kasih Mbak Melisa cantik. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tirka Widanti. I'm the president of Yayasan Kulkul Green School Bali. I'm also rector for the university, Universitas Ngurah Rai. Values give our life quality and meaning. Values are the things that are most important to us as individuals and as communities. More than material possessions, awards, and titles, values, and the real richness to our lives. Values are also central to development and humanity as a whole. Values and how we live them dictates whether or not we will be an asset of humanity and to the planet. Now is the time to embrace a value-based education. One of the fastest growing changes in the education sector is values-based learning. And this means a pedagogical approach that is more holistic and more relevant to the world of today. And parents, school teachers, leaders, and governments around the world are pushing for this change, and for good reason. It is well understood that one of the soundest principles of pedagogy is to focus on the development of the whole child. And by definition, a holistic education incorporates the development of values. It is the education of the whole person, the intellectual, physical, social, emotional, ethical, and academic. At Green School Bali, education helps the child to see and understand the bigger context and the world they're in. They begin by knowing themselves, then they start to know others, their community, their local environment, and the global context. As children grow, their circle of learning grows from local, national to global. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you all to the V20 Summit at Green School Bali. V20 Summit at Green School Bali on the 20th and 21st October 2022. And now, please enjoy Kulkul Dan, Tari Kulkul, by Green School students and teachers. Thank you.
Terima kasih Ibu Putu Tirka, Suksma, Butu. A round of applause for Cool Cool Dance from Green School, Bali. Beautiful, beautiful performance. So, ladies and gentlemen, the dancers are taking their final bow. With this dance, we have come to the end of our event today. Again, we want to thank you on behalf of the committee. Don't forget the dinner tonight, which will be held at the Sofitel Hotel. The bus will leave BNDCC at 6 p.m. at the lobby. The dinner will start at 6:30 p.m. And of course, we would like to see all of you being with us in the Green School Ubud on the 20th and 21st of October 2022 for the V20 Summit. So I'm Melissa Karim. Thank you for your energy, beautiful energy today. Thank you.
Desa Institute menghadirkan Stadium General.